Hey everybody, welcome back. Oh Lord, it's so much going on with Diamond them. But let me do this first. Thank y'all for tuning in. I know it's all right. But anyway, thank y'all for tuning in. Um, I had such a blast last night. And I know you like, oh, she got her hair done. Don't take it that serious because I don't like to comb hair and I don't like to get my hair done because I'm tender headed. So my next best option is to cut this shit off, in which I did today. I went to the barber, he cut it off for me, and I feel wonderful. But anyway, so we left off with we left off with Diamond. She had just discovered that she was adopted. Yes, adopted. She did not know. Um, her and what's his face? Shit, I gotta get rid of this cigarette. Hold on. Hold on. All right. So we left off. Let's rewind. So we're discussing Dice and Diamond. Dice is from the East Coast. I can't remember what state, what city he's exactly from. Diamond is more on the West Coast. Out and she relocated to Las Vegas to open up Diamond's Palace, which is a casino. Um, she seen Dice. I ain't gonna say met. She seen Dice on the elevator, and they both had all these crazy thoughts running through their head. Diamond was like, "Ooh, he's fine," and he was like, "She's fine." I could actually see myself starting a family with her. I could see me having kids. I could see us getting married. All of that good stuff there. So fast forward a little bit. Um, the night before her grand opening, she had invited Dice out to the casino and he went. He planned to stay for a week. Um, her brother Dietrich, he has his own businesses and doing his own thing. I know that that's gonna bother me. All right. Yeah, there we go. But anyway, I don't care. But he got his own businesses and things going on, and he met Diamond on the elevator. They didn't speak or whatnot, but he Trick, that's what they call Dietrich. Um they met up and um they got into a little squabble with some people because this girl decided to shake her tail on Dice and her nigga seen her, but that was all a setup. Her half brother set all that up so he could come in and be like, hey, let us do our illegal stuff here and you'll make it. But if not, you'll be closed down within a year. So, and they gave her 3 months to make a decision. but later came back and said, "Oh, you only have 2 days." So in between that time, her and Dice now had sexual relations. They now got married. The morning of the next morning, she found, well, the day, a couple, was it the day before or whenever it was, she found out she was adopted. And that didn't sit too well with her. And then she got all these other issues going on to where she got to make a decision if she want the Fellini family to run their criminal activities out of her casino, and she's like struggling with that. But now she's found out she's adopted, and now she's dealing with that. And she gets drunk. A sober mind speaks a sober heart. That's what anybody would tell you. She meant that. She wanted to marry Dice. She just didn't want to say it out loud. But anyway, her and Dice got married. The morning after they got married, she was like, "What is this ring doing on my finger?" And it was on the wrong hand, she said. But anyway, she get a knock at the door, and Lord and behold, guess who it is? Her biological dad. He introduced himself. He tells her the story of her mom and yeah, tells her the story of how he met her mom, and back how it wasn't acceptable for him to be with her because she was a black woman and he was Italian, and even though their families got along, it still wasn't approved of. So and of course all this time his wife know, his son know, and he even waited some time before he he waited until he could he waited until a year or two to come out and introduce himself, even though he knew who she was. The biological daddy did. He waited until okay. Am I coming online or am I in the car? Let me know. All right, so y'all, let's get into it. Right. So she met her biological dad. He knocked on the door. Dice is in the background, and he was like, just watching everything. They have the conversation about him, about her mom, and he thinking, hey, from the rip, she's supposed to call him Daddy. Dice put a stop to that. He was like, man, she ain't got no daddy. Well, she got a daddy, and it's me. I'm her daddy. And then and then we're going to jump into it. Let me just recap you on what the old man told him on the plane. When Dice was flying out to Vegas, he sat with the old man, and the old man told him, "You're going to meet a woman that you're just want to do everything for. You're going to want to protect you. You're going to want to catch a bullet and all this kind of stuff." Dice didn't think that was him, but that's him. And so he meets up with the guy after they get rid of her dad, and he tells him, "You remember I told you was gonna meet a woman that was gonna take you like this." And he was like, he was like, "But you always remember that you are there to protect, provide, and please." And now we finna dive into it, cause baby, I've been itching all day waiting on this, and I'm running this for hours, y'all. So just come in, drop your comments. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. That's it. But let's get to it.
Chapter 7 I am indeed. The door to my office swung open, making me look up. I expected to see Tamika, instead I saw a white lady that looked like she kept her plastic surgeon on speed dial. I'm not one to judge anyone about what they do with their bodies. Obviously this woman had too much time and money on her hands. Can I help you? I asked as I stood to my feet. You look just like her. Now, I know why he's so quick to try to get attached to you, she said with hurt in her eyes. As I asked before, can I help you? I'm Octavia Felini, she said as she sat down. That still doesn't tell me what it is that you think I can do for you, I replied without any emotion. I'm here to find out how much will it take for you to get out of town and not look back like your mother did. I watched as this woman searched her Tory Burch purse. I hated that so many people thought that money could sway the scales for anything to move in their favor. I don't want or need your money. If that's the only reason you came here, then you can waltz your ass right back out of the door. I have more important things to do. I told her as I walked to my office door. You can cut the bullshit and tell me what it is that you want from my husband and family. I know that he's your father. There's no need to wait, just tell me how much it is that you want. You should have stayed in whatever god-forsaken city that your trollop of a mother had you in. There's nothing here for you. It would be best if you left sooner rather than later. Now, this is where she had me and my mother 5 shades of fucked up. Mrs. Plastic Bitch, I need you to listen to every word I'm about to say very well. Coming to Vegas had nothing to do with your family or what you think I knew when I came. My life was nice and quiet until your family approached me. As for your money, I don't need, want, and I will never take one fucking penny from anyone with the last name Felini. You say that now. I'll give it some time. You're a troll. Before she could call my mother any type of derogatory name, I smacked the shit out of her. Her hand covered the red spot. That was caused by my smack. Her look of smugness was now replaced with one of shock. Did you just slap me? She asked. I sure the fuck did, and guess what? Every time you say something fucked up about my mother, you'll get smacked again. Hell, I may even punch you in your Botox-enhanced lips. That's my only warning, so choose your words carefully. I told her. If you don't take the money now and leave, you'll just leave broke when the Felinis push you out of Vegas. You have just signed your death warrant. No one has ever laid a hand on me and lived to tell anyone about it, she said. I knew there had to be a reason why your husband seemed so dead inside and distant when he came to tell me that he's my biological father. He had no right to tell you anything. You were never supposed to come here. He hasn't had a DNA test done, but he's jumping at the chance to be your father. I'll never understand why he was so wrapped up in her, she said, finally taking her hand from the red spot on her cheek. Bitch, miss me with the bullshit. You know exactly why he was so wrapped up into her. He loved her. From what he told me, he still loves her. I think he told me that she was his everything. Imagine that, he had a partially plastic wife at home and he still fell head over heels in love with my mother. Love isn't shit. You telling me that he loved her means nothing to me. Why the hell do you think I paid her to get the fuck out of town? I had to because Salvatore was never going to leave her alone. The women came and went until she came along. I knew things were different when he started talking about divorce. He knew that we could never get a divorce. This marriage is forever, there aren't any do-overs. He's tied to me for life. I didn't let your mother cast the shadow of scandal over my marriage and you will not do it either. Stay away from my family, she said to me, causing me to laugh. You're telling me to stay away from your family. I find that hilarious, being that I had no real clue of who the fuck y'all were until your son came to see me. Y'all were just another mob family trying to be like the Corleones. I was fine with the family I had until your husband came to me to tell me that he's my father. Even you felt I was important enough for you to come here, trying to pull my card. when I don't even have a deck of cards in my fucking hands. Instead of telling me to stay away from y'all, how about y'all keep your asses away from me in my place of business? Are there any more brothers or sisters that I have to look out for? This whole we are family pop-up shit that y'all are doing is working my last nerve. You're gonna fuck around and make me use a blowtorch to melt your ass down and show the world what you're really worth. Get out of my office and act like you never knew about me. I promise if you come back up here on some bullshit, the last thing you will get greeted by is a conversation. Plastic bitch, I told her. She was trying not to look shocked, but I knew I had gotten to her. You're not getting anything from him. Didn't I just tell you that I don't want a fucking thing from your fake ass mob family? For y'all to be so powerful, y'all are unorganized and sloppy as fuck. Bye, Grandma Barbie, I said as I held the door open for her to leave. Who the fuck are you? I heard Dice ask. She was just leaving, that's who she is, I interrupted. Well, hello handsome.
I'm here.
I'm Octavia Felini. I was just here discussing some business with your sister, she said, smiling like she wasn't loud and wrong. Sister? Diamond ain't my fucking sister, lady. You need to get your info together before you come here talking all out of turn and shit. What the fuck does this old bitch want? Dice asked calmly as he turned to look at me. She wanted to let me know that I wasn't welcome here and that I wasn't going to get anything from my biological father. She thinks that I came here for money and all that other shit that comes with the Felini name. Fuck the Felini name and everybody that has that motherfucker. I brought you lunch and I wanna fuck, so tell ya stupid ass guest that she has to go, he said in true Dice fashion. I just now noticed the bags of food that were in his hands. He walked over to the desk to place the bags on top of it. I laughed and shook my head. My husband was a damn mess and he knew it. He started taking things out of the bags, setting the food up on the table. Well, I would say it was nice talking to you, but it wasn't. It's time for you to go. She rolled her eyes and left out of my office. I closed and locked the door behind her. After taking a deep breath, I turned to face my husband. He was now leaning his ass against the edge of my desk with his arms folded across his chest. His face was telling me to explain, but his eyes were telling me he didn't want to hear shit I had to say. I saw the mark on her face. Did you hit her? He asked. Yeah, she was getting way too disrespectful. He started laughing loud as hell. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. My baby is a boss that doesn't mind slapping a bitch. He found that so amusing that just me looking at him caused me to smile. Do you have to be so happy about me hitting that woman? She could leave here and go to the police and file assault charges against me. The police could come in here in a few minutes and take me to jail. Then what would you do? I asked him. I would go see your punk ass daddy, then I would go get my woman out of jail. Hold up, shouldn't you go to the jail first? I asked. We were now sitting down digging into the food that he brought me for lunch. If you go to jail, they'll have to book you, question you, and all that other bullshit. It'll take a few hours for all of that to happen. Then it'll be at least 3 more hours for you to even go before a judge. That's good because back home your ass would have to wait until the court opens the next day. Everyone knows that here the court is just like everything else, it never fucking closes. That's why I would be going to see the fake ass mobster before bailing you out. I understood what he was saying even though I didn't like it. It made sense. If he could get some answers, instead of sitting around a police station, then that's what he needed to be doing. This was only a hypothetical situation anyway, so there was no need for us to keep talking about it. Okay, that makes sense, I told him. Oh, so since it makes sense in your mind, you're just going to drop the subject. Just like a damn woman, he said, shaking his head. I asked a question and you answered it. Simple as that, no need to keep talking about it. He continued to laugh and shake his head. Dice was continuing to surprise me with everything that he was saying and doing. Do you know when you're going back to the East Coast? I had been wondering about that a lot lately. The more he stayed around, the more I didn't want him to go back at all. It was crazy how I didn't want to live without this man that I basically just met and married. My life was turning into a damn reality show sitcom. The bad part was I was loving every minute of it because Dice was right here beside me. I'm not going until your situation here is a done deal. The way things are coming up every day, I don't think it will ever be over, I told him. Oh, it'll be over soon enough. I invited some friends over for dinner tomorrow night. I need you to be there with me. You know, to help me look good and shit like that. Are you saying that you only want me there to help you look good and that's it? No, and yes, well, I'm inviting you because I want you to meet them. Come to think about it, you've already met one. She's the nurse from the emergency room the night we got in the fight. The other one is an old guy that I got cool with on the flight out here. I was having lunch with him earlier and the nurse chick popped up. I think he's digging her. Are you playing matchmaker? I asked. Hell not, if he shoots his old ass shot then that's up to them, what happens after, he said, shrugging his shoulders. We talked more only to end up leaving together to chill out with each other for the rest of the day and night. If this is what being married to Dice was going to be like, I was sure that I would enjoy the rest of my days. Chapter 8 ISD. After walking Diamond to her office, my first stop was to my old room to meet up with Tuff and the other guys. Our first stop of the day was going to be to fake-ass Felini's house. He needed to get his wife, son, and any other family members under control. They needed to leave Diamond alone. She wasn't trying to be a part of their family. Even if she was, they needed to let her do it on her own time. They were doing too fucking much. I was going to talk to Felini to see what the hell he could do to make all this shit go away for her. Are you sure you want to do this? You said yourself that the nigga doesn't like you. I know he's gonna feel some type of way when you pop up at his house, Tuff said. You know damn well I'm not going to let them keep fucking with Diamond like they are. There's no fucking reason why they should be popping up on her at her office and shit. I was halfway cool with him showing up to talk to her. He's the only one that has a reason to talk to her. The son and wife need to figure out another way to be met at Felini. Coming at Diamond like they have been isn't the way, and it's time they understand that. Since it's clear that he doesn't have any say in what his family does, it's time that I step in and do what he should have done. What happens when we go over there and tell them to leave Diamond alone, but they don't? Saw asked. You know this little visit is only going to make shit worse. For one, the nigga ain't gonna appreciate you knocking on his door like you know him like that. This ain't some street guy from the hood back home. He's the fucking mob, Dice. Think about what you're about to do, Tuff said. What the fuck is the deal with y'all? All of y'all sound like some bitches right now. Felini ain't shit but another motherfucker that bleeds just like me. If he gets in his feelings and we have to go at each other, then that's what I'll do. There's no way I can sit back and allow them to keep approaching Diamond. I'll walk through hell just to make sure she's straight. Since y'all want to act like you don't agree with this move I'm making, y'all keep y'all asses in the car. I continued to drive to my destination, pissed at them acting like I was doing too much right now. Yo, black ass is in love already, man. Yup, that settles that shit. I'm not fucking with these desert bitches out
Not
here.
Not desert bitches.
If ya wife got you ready to knock on a mob man's door behind her, I'll keep beating my dick till I get home, Flex said. He was serious, but everybody else in the car was laughing at his stupid ass. It would take him to say some shit like that. You're stupid, you know that, Flex, Saw said, shaking his head. Why y'all laughing? Right now, I'm dead ass. Dice ain't even have a girl back home. He gets down here and gets married, ready to go John Wick on motherfuckers all behind his new wife. Keep in mind that this nigga is ready to go to war with the fucking mob. The fucking mob. Yeah, this desert pussy ain't no damn joke. I don't need those type of problems in my life. Laugh all y'all want, but when the mob takes the in love nigga out, don't come crying to my black ass, Flex continued. I'm not going over here to go to war. I just want to sit down and have a talk with the damn man. There ain't no harm in talking. Sometimes a conversation is all that's needed, I said as I parked the car across the street from the address I had for the Feline family. Y'all ride around the block or some shit, I said as I got out of the car. Nah, they can ride around the block. I ain't letting you go in there alone, Tough said getting out of the car behind me. I didn't bother to ask him was he sure because that would only waste time that I didn't have. I needed to get to the bottom of this so my wife and I could relax and love on each other in peace. I could see that all of this shit was stressing her. The thing I've learned about Diamond was that her ass was stubborn and prideful to let anyone know that she's hurting or stressing. She would rather push through instead of getting help. She would probably be mad at me when she finds out that I came here. How can I help you fellas? The security guard asked. We're here to see Feline. I don't have an appointment or no shit like that. Just hit him up on the intercom and let him know that his son-in-law is here to talk to him, I told the guy. He nodded his head then walked into the little booth. He made a call then came back out. They'll be out to get you in a minute, just hold tight, he said before going back into the booth. A few minutes later 2 guys came rolling up in a golf cart. The gate opened, Tough and I walked in, getting into the back seat of the golf cart. There was no need for me to say anything to them so the ride to the house was a quiet one. The estate was bomb as fuck. I figured the house was going to be sitting away from the street, but when we did get close to the house I couldn't believe how fucking big this place was. It looked like it was the size of 4 of the houses back home. Why the hell did they need all this damn space? The shit was obnoxious and flamboyant as hell. I shook my head as the golf cart came to a stop. Before we could get to the door, Feline opened the door with a cigar in his hand. This is a surprise. Welcome to my home. Follow me to my office. We can talk freely in there, Feline said. Walking through his house I almost laughed. The way the shit was decorated it screamed old mob movies. Everything was clean, gold, and gaudy as hell. It appeared to be that he wanted everyone to know that he had money and power. The shit was so fucking ridiculous looking that it gave me a damn headache. Once we got to the office, I heard Tough's laugh seep through. This man had his office set up as an exact replica of Vito Corleone's from the Godfather movies. This shit was crazy as hell. Feline sat down in the chair behind the desk. How can I help you? Feline asked. Tell your wife and son to leave Diamond alone. He looked confused for a few minutes. I shook my head because he had no clue what his family was doing behind his back. My wife is in Los Angeles with her girlfriends. She might be there now, but she came to Diamond's office to pay her off. She wanted her to leave town from what I understand. I wasn't there for the conversation, but she implied that Diamond was around to try to get money and whatever else she could out of you. She even got disrespectful to the point that Diamond slapped her, leaving a handprint on her face. He sat up taking a few puffs from his cigar. I could see that his mind was all over the place. He closed his eyes tightly and started biting his bottom lip. Why didn't Diamond call me? She could have come instead of sending you here, he said. She doesn't know that I'm here. Why are you here? He asked. I'm here to tell you that you need to keep them away from Diamond. Diamond doesn't want shit from you. There's no reason why your wife would approach her accusing her of anything. She made it seem like Diamond came to find you. We all know that's not the case. My wife can get ahead of herself sometimes. I don't know why she thinks Diamond wants anything from me. I'll talk to her about it. Is there anything else? Yeah, let your son know that the proposition that he presented to Diamond is a done deal. She's going to operate her business legitimately without any intervention from you or your organization's part, I told him. That's going to be a hard one to sell. It's a natural progression for the casinos to pay our family an operating tax in exchange for being allowed to operate. No one knows who she is to me. I prefer it to stay that way, he said. If you didn't want anyone to know who she was, why the fuck would you tell her? You're on some bullshit just like the rest of your family. Leave Diamond out of whatever bullshit that y'all have going on. He was pissing me the fuck off. What's your real reason for being around my daughter? I couldn't ask you all of that with her standing there when I came to see her. She looks to be above your pay grade. You lucked up when you got with her, that much I can tell. Feline had the nerve to say. Damn, Tough said under his breath. My pay grade? What the fuck does that mean? I don't want a damn thing from Diamond except for her love and bomb-ass sex. I have money and businesses of my own. Don't you ever in your fucking life attempt to imply that I'm on some fuck nigga shit when it comes to Diamond and I. I don't know what type of shit you have going on in your marriage, but Diamond and I are good. We will always be good. You need to stop worrying about what we have going on and get that plastic bitch you call your wife in order before I throw her ass in a fire to see how long it'll take for her to melt, I told him. Tough laughed while Felini's face got tight and red as a fresh tomato. I'm tired of playing with your thug ass. How fucking dare you walk in my house and disrespect me and my family this way? You may have your businesses and other shit back home, but don't act like being a mobster's son-in-law doesn't get you in some circles that you wouldn't be in otherwise. Nobody I know gives a fuck who you are. This ain't the 1940s, there ain't no clout in knowing the fucking mob. Y'all bastards are just some fucking dinosaurs that are too fucking stubborn to go away. Diamond doesn't want shit to do with you. Just chill out and move around like you never knew who she was. Leave her the fuck alone or you and your dusty ass mob friends are going to have a problem on your hands. You definitely have heart and a big set of balls on you. I can't make any promises, but I'll talk to my wife and son. I stood to my feet followed by Tough standing to his. I hope you do what you need to do to get them to leave Diamond alone. Since you can't make any promises, I can't either, I told him. He chuckled at my words. I was happy that he felt the need to not take my warning seriously. He didn't have to. One thing I've learned over the years is to never underestimate your opponent. He wanted to sit there and laugh like I wasn't shit. I was about to show him how the fuck I got down. Young nigga, I know you don't call yourself threatening me. Don't get ahead of yourself and bite the hand that can feed you, he said with a smirk. Tough and I exchanged a look. He started smiling. That's why Tough was my brother from another mother. He didn't give a shit what was going on, he was always down. Let's get some shit straight before I leave here, I said as I walked to his desk, picking up the gold letter opener that was laying in the middle of it. You will never dictate my movements. You can either listen or not, I really don't give a shit either way. What you're not gonna do is sit there and act like you hold all the cards. The one thing you owe to Diamond is a life without the extra bullshit. Since you don't want to act like a fucking adult and handle that for her, I'll take it over from here. You can pick up the fucking pieces as they fall. The thing about that though, you're gonna have to wait to get your shoulder looked at first, I told him. There ain't shit wrong with my shoulder, he said looking between Tough and I. I stabbed him in the shoulder with the letter opener. He howled in pain. As he tried to get the letter opener out of his body. Let the games begin, I said before walking out of the office. You know shit is about to hit the fan, right? Tough asked. Yeah, I know. Fuck him and them, I replied. Let the fucking games begin. Chapter 9 Alini FIF I call this damn...
What's his name? Dice want all the damn smoke, don't he? He just stabbed old boy in the damn shoulder. You gonna learn. You may not learn you may not have learned yesterday, but you gonna learn today. What the fuck? Oh Lord.
Number again and you don't answer. I'm stopping all the fucking credit cards that you love to spend your time with. Off. Stop with the fucking games. Call me back, Octavia, I said into the phone. It's been 4 fucking hours since Dice left here. That means it's been 4 hours of me calling my wife non-stop just for her to not answer. She was out here causing unnecessary problems. To make things worse, the friends that she was supposed to be in Los Angeles with were all home with their families. Octavia was moving crazy and I had to get my hands on her before she gets herself hurt. It was bad enough that I had to call one of our doctors to come give me 6 stitches from where that motherfucker stabbed me. I can't stand how fucking arrogant and bold he is. I can't do anything to him due to me trying to establish a relationship with Diamond. If I have her punk-ass husband killed, I know that relationship will never happen. Mr. Fellaini, Mr. Wilkins is here to see you. He says that it's important, my butler told me. Send him in, I instructed. The last thing I needed was for Willie to start coming back around. I couldn't get a grip on what was going on if he was popping up asking questions again. I knew when Selena left that he had always suspected I had something to do with it. Selena loved her family, so for her to just pick up and leave was a hard pill for us all to swallow. He walked in looking at me like he wanted to wring my neck. He was looking a little older, but not by much. Sal, he said as he sat in the chair. Willie, how can I help you today? I asked. Do you want to tell me why you haven't called me to tell me about the grandchild that I never knew about? He asked. What are you talking about? I asked. Our families go back generations. My father and your grandfather were best friends even though the...
She ready. That's that girl granddaddy. Oh. Oh. Damn. She ready. That's that girl granddaddy. I can't hear you.
Yep, Steve is here. I said Steve is here.
Oh my.
That is her fucking granddaddy. This is your granddaddy.
Oh. Oh. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. We just found the granddaddy of Diamond. We just found the granddaddy. His name is Willie. Girl. Wet Willie. Y'all, we're going to take a small intermission break. That's that good granddaddy. Let's see what Mr. Willie finna say. Oh.
Our families go back generations. My father and your grandfather were best friends even though the times were different. They never let things interfere with their relationship. The same goes for me and your father. I would say that I don't know what happened when it came to you and my son, but we all know that would be a lie. Your toxic pussy having wife destroyed the bond that our families had by sleeping with both you and my son. When you started stepping out and doing your own thing, it was natural that you ended up with my daughter. You both grew up around each other. Everyone knew that you had a thing for her when y'all were kids. That's why it wasn't a shock to anyone when you two started dating. I knew that you would never leave her alone. You getting married didn't stop anything. It wasn't like you could marry Selena. Back then the mob wouldn't have let you two be together publicly. I never wanted my daughter to be anyone's mistress, but there was no tearing the two of you apart. I knew you loved her and would take care of her with no hesitation. I just never thought that you would be a weak man and allow your wife to tear apart things that had been in place longer than she was alive. Your father warned you about her. Now here we are, he said calmly. Willie, all of that is in the past, I said. The past? There isn't anything that's in the past. I have a granddaughter that I never knew about. My daughter hasn't been seen in decades. I know your devil of a wife has something to do with it. You will not be able to save her when the truth comes out. Where are all these threats coming from? I just found out about Diamond myself. She was adopted and has no clue of where her mother is. I told him. I was too tired and in too much pain to try to carry the weight on my own. Willie looked like he had something to say, but never said anything. What is it, Willie? I can see it on your face that you have something to say, I said. She's at my house. She got there a couple of hours ago. I sat up in the chair I was sitting in, looking at him in his eyes. I was looking for any indication that he was lying. There was nothing there. Who is at your house? Selena. Selena is at my house. Hearing those words, I almost passed out. How the fuck did she get back here? Where the fuck has she been, all this time? Why is she back now? Where the fuck is Octavia? Why is all of this happening now? Shit was getting out of hand in a major fucking way. How is she? She's doing great physically. I just came here to let you know that your wife is going to die once everything comes out that she's done. I'm man enough to tell you what the deal is beforehand. Octavia isn't here, therefore she can't defend herself. If you will tell me what's going on, I can address it with her, I told him. Your father would never allow a woman that he sleeps beside at night, dismantle everything that his family has built over the years. Looking at you now, I know that he's rolling over in his grave. Shit, you may get up one night and see him in your room. Willie stood to his feet to leave. Wait a minute, what was the point of you coming here? Were you trying to rub it in my face? I would never do that, I'm just giving you a heads up. When her judgment comes, you can either step aside and let it go down or get taken down with her. No one can take me out. I'm a made man, I told him. He nodded his head, then turned to walk away. Willie understood what a made man was in the mob. He had been around for most of my life. He knew that by me being a made man, he nor anyone else could hurt or kill me without the approval of the other families. If any unsanctioned hit was executed against me, there would surely be a war to come after. I had to get to the bottom of what was really going on around here. I picked up the phone to call the police chief. Chief Brown here, he answered. I need an APB put out on my wife. I need her found, handcuffed, and brought to me ASAP. After ending the call, I fixed a drink. I needed to get my mind together. I wanted to go to Willie's house to see Selena, but there was nothing for me to say to her just yet. There was no way she could still be in love with me after all these years. It was crazy as hell that just the thought of her not loving me anymore broke my heart more than it had been broken already. I sat in the recliner chair waiting for them to bring Octavia through the door. It took them 6 hours to find her, but she was finally about to stand in front of me. She walked in followed by 2 officers. The look on her face let me know that she was beyond upset that I had her brought to me this way. They took the cuffs off her. Thank you for your help, fellas. I will compensate you both shortly. She stared at me as if I was the one in the wrong. We both heard the door shut. Do you want to tell me what the big emergency is? You had me picked up like some common thug. Do you know how embarrassing that is? What the hell is the big deal to have your wife treated this way? She asked. Looking at her fuss and complain made me realize that I had married a fucking alien or something. This person standing before me is not the woman that I married. I admit that she has always been a bitch, but this person here was worse than any version of a bitch that I have seen before. Did you go see Diamond without telling me? I asked as I sipped from my glass. I watched closely as she rolled her eyes. She mumbled something to herself, then looked at me. Is that what this is all about, your illegitimate daughter that was made by your side bitch? She asked with venom lacing her words. Skip the extra words. A yes or no will do fine, I told her. Yes, I went to see her. She needs to understand that her fucking plan isn't going to work. She's just like her bitch of a mother. She isn't going to get away with trying to taint our family's legacy. I will be damned if I sit back and let that happen. She tried to act like she doesn't want anything from you, but that game isn't going to last long. She knows she's a fucking trollop looking for a come up. She was talking with confidence. It was like she believed the shit that she was saying. How can she believe all of that when she didn't know shit about Diamond, her mother, or me for that matter? The more she talked, the more I understood what Willie and Dice were speaking of. I finished off the glass of liquor that I had and threw it at Octavia. It hit one of her breasts. She doubled over in pain. Sit down, I told her as I got up to grab a glass for my next drink. How dare you hit me with a fucking glass? What the fuck is wrong with you? She bellowed. Sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up, I said with authority. She did as she was told, still holding her breast. What did you do to Selena? I asked as I sat back in the recliner. Is that all you're worried about? That bitch and her damn daughter? I'm your fucking wife, you should be focused on me. When should I focus on you, Octavia? Could I be focusing on you when you were fucking my best friend behind my back? What about when you were having threesomes with your friends and random guys from out of town that you didn't think I knew about? I know about all of the miles you put on that worn out pussy of yours. It's a damn shame that you couldn't even stop complaining enough to suck my dick. A few times a week.
So the wife a hoe. She's a guarding tool. She's just out here busting it open for everybody besides her husband. What the flip? Oh my. Oh my goodness. Wow.
You
Continue.
can't say shit about what I do. You threw the vows to this marriage away a long time ago. You can't sit there and judge me because you've done your shit too, Salvatore. Kiss my ass, she told me. I'm not judging you. I just think it's time that you knew what the fuck the real deal is. Yes, I did my thing outside of our marriage. However, you can't sit here acting hurt about it now when you knew every move I was making. Never have I lied or tried to sneak around on you. This is nothing new to either of us. Why are you acting hurt about it now? I'm your fucking wife, she said. Tell me something that I don't know, Octavia. You can start by telling me what happens when you went to see Diamond. I told that bitch that she wasn't going to get anything from you. She came here trying to make you pay for not being in her life. That shit wasn't going to work on my watch, she said. You need to stop looking at Lifetime and all that shit on the Oxygen channel. Diamond didn't come here for me or what I have. She came to open her casino. I was the one that made her aware that she was my daughter. Even after I told her, she's still acting like she wants nothing to do with me. So, you see, my stupid ass wife, you are loud and wrong again. She looked like she was shocked that I told her that. Octavia was always acting without thinking. Now that she knows, she not going to just walk away empty-handed. She knows how much we're worth, she explained. We? What we are you speaking of? Everything around here bears my name and my name only. Even the credit cards that have just about the same number of miles as your pussy have my name on them.
Disrespectful to your wife.
What are you talking about? I'm your wife. We are one. What's yours is mine and vice versa. I don't know why you can't understand that. I do understand that you're concerned about what Diamond wants because you think she's going to get money that you think you deserve. You want me to see her and Selena as gold diggers when you're the only gold digger in my circle. Fuck you, Sal. She screamed. I'm good. I don't plan on diving in that abyss that you call a pussy anytime soon. You brought me here just to insult me. I'm your wife, show me some respect, she demanded, causing me to laugh in her face. You are not to leave this house. If you leave here, you may not come back in one piece. You've pissed off a lot of people. I can't and will not protect you this time. How dare you say that to me? I know this is because of that bitch. When I get my hands on her, I'm going to kill her this time. She was really trying to get a rise out of me. I could only laugh at her. I guess we have to see who gets to her first. When you see her, you want to kill her, right? When I see her, I want to fuck the shit out of her. Who do you think will win? I said, laughing. She screamed like the crazy bitch that she was and ran up to her room. Chapter 10. I decided to wake my husband up this morning with some freaky, sloppy head. I've never done anything like this before, but I remember one of my friends from college telling me if I wanted to get a man hooked on me that I had to do this to him randomly. When I first started, I was a bit cautious, but when he started moving around and moaning, I let all my inhibitions go. The way his hands were on my head, I couldn't stop now if I wanted to. I don't know about anyone else, but when I hear him moan, it makes me feel good that I'm making him feel good. Damn it, Diamond. What the fuck, man? He called out. I started humming as I sucked him, playing with his balls with one hand and jerking him with expert speed with the other. I knew it was only a matter of time before he exploded in my mouth. Give it to me, Dice. Give me my breakfast, I said in between sucks. The more I sucked, the tighter his fingers wrapped in my hair. I could feel that he was about to explode. I was ready and anticipating every drop of him coating my mouth. Just as I expected, he lasted 4 additional sucks when the floodgates opened. He started making this hissing sound as I drank every bit of him that he was willing to share with me. When he was finished, he let out a deep sigh as he tried to gain control of his breathing. I wiped the corners of my mouth and got up to get my hygiene in order for the rest of my day. Yo, you just can't suck me off like that then waltz your ass in the bathroom. What type of shit are you on right now? He yelled from the bed. Nothing at all, baby, I just wanted you to have a great start to the day. That start was better than great. That shit was superb. I laughed at him. He was really laying it on thick right now. I wasn't a female that sucked dick on the regular, so I know his ass was exaggerating. After taking care of my daily hygiene, I walked back into the room. I laughed when I saw that he was stretched out sleeping like a baby. I contemplated getting in the bed with him and sleeping the day away, but I had a casino to run. After putting my clothes on, I gave Dice a kiss on the forehead before heading to my office. I could feel it in my bones that today was going to be a great day. Looking at the clock, it was almost time for me to have lunch with the people that Dice had invited to accompany us. This was the best mood I had been in since all this other stuff started popping up in my world. My door opened and in walked my husband. I looked at him dressed in his distressed jeans, black boots, and black button-up shirt. I couldn't do anything but thank the Lord for putting him in my world. He was right on time with the placement of Dice in my life. He was the main reason that I was still sane throughout all of this. You need to get your freaky ass hormones under control. Messing with me, you'll be knocked up before we celebrate our 1-year anniversary. That's fine with me, I said with a smile. He licked his lips and adjusted his dick while looking at me. Bring your ass, woman, he told me. As we were walking to the elevator, there was a man and a woman standing in front of the elevator waiting for it to open. Any other time I would just speak and keep it moving, but this time I glanced up and was shocked to see a woman that looked like me. "Do I know you?" I asked the lady. She was standing there crying like someone had told her that a close relative had died. I stared at her just like she stared at me. Her hands went to my cheeks and she started wailing and sobbing uncontrollably. "You're scaring the damn girl, say something to her, Selena,"
She
the old
ready.
man said.
She just met her mama.
As soon as he said her name, I knew exactly who she was. "Who the fuck are y'all, man? I'm Willie and this here is Selena, my daughter and this beautiful young lady's biological mother." It started getting hot. My vision.
She just met her mama.
Uh-huh.
And Willie right there. Ooh,
Big Willie.
I need a whole cigarette.
Ain't nothing.
Ooh. Ooh, they lucky I don't smoke. They lucky I don't smoke weed no more, cause that.
I knew I couldn't wear no fan.
That ass too big, ain't it?
Yeah, way too fucking big. And she gave me some pants. I was like, nah, straight.
Ooh.
Damn. And you wear 30 dollars.
Ooh,
And
wee.
if you owe me some money, man. If you take them pants, you owe me some money, man.
Ooh.
Just wash my shit off, cause it sure need to be dusty. I'm so fucking pissed right now.
Ooh. I'm finna get back into it. She done met her mama. She done met her mama. Ooh.
Started to blur, and then everything went dark. "As he's up," Dice said. "Baby, just be still for a few minutes. Let me check you out before you start moving around." I recognized the woman as the nurse from the hospital that night. We were all in my office. I was laying on the couch. As the minutes passed, my memory came back. I looked around for the woman that was supposed to be my mother. She was in the corner, still crying in the arms of my grandfather. I was still in shock from what was told to me. "Why are you back now?" I didn't care who was in the room. I needed the answer to that question and I needed it now. "Diamond, maybe we should wait until everyone leaves," Dice said. "No, Dice, I want to know what the hell is going on. I'm sure you trust who's in here or else they wouldn't be in here. I don't want her to leave because she may not come back. I came back because I knew that bitch was going to approach you. I gave you up for adoption to protect you from her psycho ass. I tried to tell Sal that his wife was a fucking crazy bitch, he never believed me. The fact that you didn't know about Sal doesn't matter to her. The only thing that matters to her is that she stays the wife of the so-called godfather. She's mob royalty and that is the epitome of her dreams. Instead of being faced with being the ex-wife of the godfather, she'll do any and everything to keep her ass on that throne." I could hear the hurt in her voice as she spoke. The familiarity of the pain that was present when Felina came to talk to me. It was evident that she, just like him, hadn't gotten over their forced separation. Now that I looked at her closer, I was torn trying to figure out the reasoning for the tired look behind her eyes. Was the look there because of years of worry or years of living with a broken heart? "I'm proud of the woman that you grew up to be. I hope you find it in your heart to forgive me for giving you up for adoption. That was the only way for me to be sure that she wouldn't find you and try to hurt you. Everything that I did was to protect you. When I found out that I was pregnant, I knew that I had to do whatever I could to make sure you lived a full and happy life. Please don't hate me or your parents that raised you." "Why are you here now? What is it that you're trying to do? You didn't have to come from wherever you are to protect me. I didn't have any intention on finding you or him, but y'all found me. I was hurt and confused at first when I found out that I had been adopted. I thought that my life had been one big lie. I felt a sense of loss and an intense feeling of being inadequate somehow. The fact that I accomplished my goal of owning this place meant nothing for a few days. I totally forgot that the people that raised me volunteered to love and nurture me into becoming the woman that I am. It took me days to realize that everything happens for a reason. Every single trial and tribulation were all designed for me to end up in this room right now with all these people that care about me. I understand that you had to do what you had to do. If you would have kept me, then who knows where I would be. Living my life on the run from a bitter mob wife who must live with the fact that her husband is in love with his chocolate goddess. Not, I'm happy you did what you did. Life is too short to hold grudges about things that are ancient history, I told her. She wrapped her arms around me and sobbed into my shoulder. This was the first time I had let all the anguish, pain, regret and feelings of betrayal out. I cried because of the pain that I felt when I laid the parents that raised me to rest. The times I wanted to pick up the phone to call one of them to get some advice. I had cried so many times due to the humongous void that they left behind. Now here I am holding someone that will not fill the void completely, but she'll damn sure help with the loneliness. I know I had dice, but there were things that he couldn't even help me with. This was the beginning of my new life. I can't wait to tell Detrick all about it. If you don't mind, I would love to spend some time with you in the future, my mother said. I don't have a problem with that. I just want you to know that if you disappear on me again, I will cut you off without any hesitation. I get what you're saying. Right now, I'm staying with your grandfather. I don't know how long I'll be here, but however long it is, I want to spend as much time with you that I can. That's only if you allow me to, she said to me. I had a bunch of questions for her. Now isn't the time for all that. I'm sure that the time will come though. Hey, I'm sure that you all have a lot to talk about. I can take Nurse Wilder where she needs to go before going to my hotel. It's not late, but there's too much drama going on for this old man right now. I need to take a nap or something to get my mind together, the old man said. I was hoping that we could hang out before I went home. There's nothing there for me, but silence. It can drive me crazy sometimes. I'm sure we can find something to do. Nurse Wilder told the old man. They were cute together. It was funny to hear them talk to each other.
While we doing this small intermission break, y'all go ahead and grab your cigarettes, your blunts, your wine, your beer, your water, your Kool-Aid, and get comfortable because we in for a long night. We in for we're gonna get back into it in just a minute. And there we
Every
go.
time the old man looked at her, you could see a faint trace of a twinkle in his eye. She would blush at his compliments, and he was full of compliments. As long as I'm here, we can do whatever it is that you want to do. I need you to remember that, the old man said. He gave her a wink that made me laugh. I ain't trying to explain to your kids how you came to Vegas and found some sunshine pussy. I'm gonna need y'all to keep all outings with a rating of PG, Dice said with a straight face. I'm not making you any promises, youngin', the old man said with a laugh. We're going to leave. I'll come by to see you tomorrow. I need for you to get some rest, my biological mother said before giving me a kiss on the cheek. We talked with the old man and the nurse for an hour before they left. I'm scared. I'm also looking forward to having a relationship with both of my parents. Knowing me, I will be saying the exact opposite when tomorrow comes. That's the one thing I hate about my mind. I will overthink and rethink something all the time. Only time will tell how things will work out between us. Chapter 11 Etrick DS sitting here in my house in LA missing a woman that I wasn't supposed to get close to. She was now the woman that lived in my head and made my dick grow just by thinking of her smile. I had it bad as hell for Tamika's short ass. I left Vegas late as hell the night I chilled at her place. I had an impromptu meeting with a client that was thinking of making some investments into various medical facilities. I wanted to put this meeting off, but the price tag on the commission that I was going to collect made me get my ass off of Tamika's couch. I had been so busy all day today, that I haven't talked to her or Diamond. I knew that Diamond was going to be fine because Dice's crazy ass was going to make sure of it. With that in mind, Tamika was the first call that I made. My dick started to harden just from me dialing her number. Hello. Shouldn't you be asleep? It's late as hell, she answered sounding sexy as hell. Being late and lonely is a fucked up combination. Why are you up this late? I couldn't sleep. I'm just up watching TV. How was work today? I asked, not really caring about what her answer would be. I left early. Dice and Diamond had some kind of lunch date that they were supposed to go to. She figured that she was going to take the rest of the day off, so she gave me the rest of the day off. I took a nap after I got here and that's probably why I can't sleep now, she laughed. Would you come see me if you could? When? Now, well, after you get to the airstrip and get on the plane. Yeah, I can do that. I have the next 3 days off, so why not? Is that an offer? She asked me. No, it's not an offer, it's a date. I'll be at the airstrip when you land. We ended the call and I hopped up to take a shower. The beauty of being in Los Angeles and not anywhere else was that the flight from Vegas was only an hour and 15 minutes. My night was looking up because in less than 2 hours I will have my woman in my arms. I was leaning against the hood of my car as the door of the jet opened. My heart started beating fast as hell. My dick started to come alive and my mouth was suddenly dry. I had to laugh at myself because there was no way all of this could be happening to me and her short ass hasn't even gotten off the plane yet. As I looked at her finally appear in the doorway, I knew that I did the right thing by sending for her. She was dressed in a green mini dress with her chest area showing just enough to make heads turn. Her legs were begging for me to get between them. The stroppy heels she had on showed me those pretty ass feet of hers. I knew I was going to have to force myself to do stuff with her other than fuck her the entire time she was here visiting me. I walked over to her to meet and take her bag. I can take that, beautiful, I told her as I kissed her cheek. You can be a sweetheart when you want to be. Once I put her bag in the trunk, I opened the door for her to get in. I had to readjust my dick as I got in the driver's seat. I started the car. Pulling off with ease, I reached over to touch her thigh. I don't know what it is about her, but us being this close made me want to touch her. I had to feel her bare skin. My dick was so hard that it could steer the damn car. How was the flight? I asked. I had to say something to get my mind off doing nasty things to her chocolate body. It was comfy. I've never been on a private jet before. I felt like someone special, she said with a giggle. You are someone special, Tamika, I told her. No, I mean like, Someone important to other people besides the two of us in this car, she clarified. If they're not in this car right now, fuck whatever they have to say. It's all about you and me, I told her. How long? How long what? How long is this little infatuation with me going to last? I chose not to answer her dumbass question. I know you heard me, Detrick, she added. I thought we went through this already. I just put you on a jet just so you can be around me. If that doesn't tell you that this is more than a little infatuation, then I don't know what will. Sending a jet is way more gas money than sending a car, Tamika, I told her. When you're a man that has access to a jet, that changes everything. Nothing has changed on my end. I still want to get to know you. I like being around you, but you knew that already too. If you keep second guessing what we have going on, it's only going to hold up the inevitable. Nothing in life is guaranteed. You're absolutely right. I can't guarantee anything, but I can bet you my last dollar that I will never get tired of being around you or in you. What if I told you that we aren't going to have sex on this visit? I want to chill and relax with no expectations, she said. I would say it's your world. We can do whatever you want to do. I may have to take a few bathroom breaks, but it's doable, I told her, making her laugh. She thought shit was funny, but I was telling the truth, no doubt about it. The fact that I could be around her and my dick would always get hard let me know that this was going to be a long-ass visit. I was up for the challenge though. We'll see how much you mean what you said. It's late, so I won't keep you up too late. We can go to breakfast in the morning. Is that okay with you? She asked. Yeah, that's cool with me. What else do you want to do? Do you want to do the tourist thing and go see some sights and all that? Yeah, I want to go past the Stables Center and go see the mural of Nipsey Hussle. I also want to go to the corner of Normandy and Western, she said with a smile on her face. Well, round here, between Normandy and Western, we call this here a little 20 I said in my best voice impression of Chris Tucker's character Smokey from the movie Friday. We both laughed our asses off. We had already watched that movie a few times during our last visit with each other. That was one movie that we could watch no matter how many times we've seen it. The movie was going to be forever funny in my book. Oh, my goodness, you're a nut for real. I never knew you had a sense of humor like this. I love this version of you. Usually when I would see you come into the office to see Diamond, you were always in business mode. I remember asking Diamond a few times when I first started why you looked so damn mean all the time. She laughed it off and told me that I just had to get to know you. I'm glad to say that she was right, she told me with a smile. Thank you for coming out here with me. I will definitely sleep better with you being here. It's fine, I needed to get away anyway, she said sadly. Are you good over there? You look kind of sad, or either you have some heavy shit on your mind. You know you can talk to me, right? She definitely had something going on with her that she hasn't told me yet. Now that we were sitting here, it was clear as day she was carrying extra weight. I didn't want to force her to say anything she wasn't ready to tell me yet, but seeing her carry whatever it is on her mind wasn't sitting right with me. We were still building, so I had to be patient with her. I know I can talk to you, but I'm not ready to talk about all that yet, she said, shaking her head side to side. Okay, cool, so tell me some more about yourself. Where the hell is your family? I don't think I've ever heard you mention any of your family before. I know I may not be around much, but I'm around enough to at least run into one or two of your family members while they were visiting you over the years. You've been working for Diamond for a while now, I said. My family and I don't have too much to say to each other. Well, damn, none of them. What the fuck is up with that? My mother wasn't too happy about me moving out here to work instead of me doing what she wanted me to do. What my mother says goes, so my brother and sister just entertain her bullshit. I knew she was going to be mad. I just didn't know she was going to take things too far. What was it that she wanted you to do? If you don't mind me asking. There was this guy that I was with since my freshman year in high school. He went to college with me. Somewhere along the line we weren't as happy as we used to be. We split up, but my mom wasn't happy about it because she wanted me with this guy since he was helping her with the bills and stuff. She told me that I should do what was best for the family instead of being selfish. I don't understand how me not wanting to live unhappily was selfish. Like I said, my brother and sister went with whatever she said, so they eventually stopped talking to me too, and that's that. My gut was telling me that she was holding back something. I didn't want to push her too much. We were just getting to know each other. We had a lot of time to sit and talk about shit, so I left it alone for now. I just hope this isn't anything to make me regret my decision to get close to her. Only time will reveal what her real issue is. I just had to wait. Chapter 12. Ice-D had to convince Diamond to take some days off. She needed time to process what the hell was going on around her. I wasn't going to let her out of the room unless we were going somewhere to hang out and have some drinks. Right now, we were sitting out on the balcony. I think I was hooked on the view from the balcony. I found myself out here a lot. There weren't many hotels with balconies these days. Back when Vegas was first started, there were balconies at all the hotels. The suicide rate began to climb. There were people who came to Vegas for the sole purpose of ending their lives. As the old hotels were torn down or remodeled, a balcony along with opening windows became a thing of the past. Vegas was built with the intention of being the land of sin and money, not suicide. I can't believe you put balconies up here. This view is dope as fuck, I told Diamond. Yeah, it was hell trying to get the balconies approved. There are only 10 rooms with balconies in this place. The crazy part of all of this is that the suicide rate has nothing to do with gambling. However, that's the first thing people think of when they hear about someone committing suicide in Vegas. They think the person lost all their money and killed themselves instead of facing the music when they got home. It's ironic that most of the suicides are people that come here from out of town. They come to Vegas to do all the shit they couldn't do before, then kill themselves. The Planning Commission thought that if they put restrictions on the number of balconies that a hotel can have, it would stop the suicides. It may have deterred some of the suicides, but it damn sure didn't stop them. It just made the person more creative, she told me. I never thought about how there was such a low number of balconies here. Hearing Diamond explain the reasoning behind it made it all click for me. I couldn't understand why someone would want to come here to kill themselves, but to each its own. I've never thought about committing suicide. I'm not wired that way. Most people aren't. Everyone deals with stress differently. I'm sure sometimes stress wasn't the factor. You have to think about people living with severe depression, PTSD, abusive spouses, or any other internal battles. Just because you've never thought of it, that doesn't mean that whatever their reason may be that it's insignificant. Yeah, that's true. I guess I never thought about it like that. I told her. Can we change the subject? I don't want to talk about this anymore. I have enough on my mind as it is, Diamond said. Are you going to reach out to your biological parents? I asked her. I know that they were on her mind. I just wanted to know where her head was right now. I still haven't decided. My mind has been going back and forth about it. I just feel like there's something that neither of them is telling me. I even got an off vibe from my grandfather. There's a piece of me that wants to say fuck it and go on with my life. On the other hand, how can I just forget about them? My mind is so all over the place. I wish they would have stayed under whatever rocks they have been under all these years, and now they all want to be concerned. I just want my regular life back. Right now, that seems like too much for me to ask. My poor baby was going through an array of emotions. Whatever you decide, I'll be right here, I told her. Have you talked to Detrick since he's been gone? Diamond asked me. Yeah, a few times. Now, that Tamika is out there with him, I doubt I'll hear from him until she comes back, I told Diamond. Yeah, we've texted, but that's about it. I didn't tell him anything because I want to tell him face to face. You can't put everything in a text message. I can dig that. Have you heard anything from the mob or the mayor? I asked. No, maybe Feline did pull them off me. I don't know about all that. We can just play it by ear for now. If he hasn't pulled them off, then there's nothing for us to talk about. I still can't digest the fact that he's my father. Once this gets out, I know it's going to be all that people will talk about for a while, she said. It'll be fine, I told her. There was a knock at the door. I was glad that I left the sliding door open. If it was closed, we wouldn't have been able to hear it. When I opened the door, I expected to see Diamond's birth mother. Instead, I'm looking at the younger version of Feline. What the fuck you doing here? Y'all motherfuckers don't believe in calling somebody to talk on the phone.
Who
All
is
this popping
this?
up when y'all feel like it is gonna be the death of y'all, I told him. I know I'm the last person you expected to see. I have to talk to Diamond, it's important, he told me. Let him in, Dice. Let's get this over with. He can say whatever he has to say, then leave. I want to get back to resting with my husband for the rest of the day, Diamond said. I opened the door wider and stepped to the side, allowing him to come into the suite. I could tell by looking at him that he wasn't as arrogant as his father. I still thought he was a punk for how he approached Diamond in the first place. I'm sorry for intruding on your day. I wanted to come by to let you know that the proposal that I presented to you is no longer an option. You can run your business how you see fit. Our organization will not try to deter you from doing things your way, he told Diamond. Why the sudden change of heart? Diamond asked. To tell you the truth, when I first heard about you opening this place, I thought that maybe you were a mistress or something to my dad. I knew that there was some kind of connection. He was always making sure that your permits, licenses, and all that other shit went through without a problem. When I noticed that, I started doing some digging into your background. I ended up using the same private investigator that my father had used after he saw you at that meeting. He handed over the folder without hesitation. That's when I started connecting the dots. I never thought that you would turn out to be my sister. I want to let you know that my dad didn't have me come over here. My parents haven't been faithful to each other the whole time that they've been together. Once my dad explained to me what he and your mother had, I knew that we never got to know each other because of my mother and her selfish ways. I don't know if you know it or not, but my mother paid your mother off to get away from here. After she did that, she left town so she wouldn't have to deal with my father's attitude behind your mother leaving him like she did. I didn't realize what was going on at the time because of how young I was, but I remember my dad drinking a lot and staying in his office more. My mom was going on trip after trip just so she wouldn't have to be in the house with him. My parents are the poster children for a marriage gone wrong. I started to realize how disconnected they were when I got older. The bad thing about it all was that I don't think they ever tried to make it work. My mother's fine with whatever my father does, as long as he keeps her in the new stuff and pays for her trips to other countries. God forbid she has to face her friends if my father ever filed for a divorce. I think that would kill her before anything else does. My mother is toxic and vindictive. I would be careful if I were you. She isn't happy that you're here. I think this is one of the few times that I've seen her scared of anything, he said. Scared? What does she have to be scared of? Diamond asked. She's scared of my dad's money and power leaving her. My parents don't know how to love each other. My dad loves black women while my mother loves having the title of a mob boss's wife. Even now that the truth has come out, she's still trying to solidify her spot in my father's life. After all those years of marriage, she's still scared of him divorcing her. Are you sure about that? When she came to see me, she said that they were in the marriage for life and that Feline couldn't leave her. I doubt that she's concerned about her spot. She seemed pretty confident with it when she came to see me, Diamond told him. Haven't you heard the saying, don't let anyone see you sweat? If you haven't, that describes my mother to the T. She was groomed to be a mobster's wife since she was a little girl. The women are trained to let the man have his fun outside of the house. It doesn't matter to a mob wife what the man does as long as the women that he's messing around with don't bring the drama to the wife's front door. It's been that way for generations. When my mom noticed that my father wasn't just fucking around with your mother, it became a problem for her. She thought that she had rectified the issue by paying your mother to leave town and never come back. It worked for a little while, but you coming here and opening this place opened up old wounds for my mother, he explained. Diamond was thinking about what he just told her. I was thinking about it too. If his mom went through all that shit just to get her mother to stay away from Feline, there was no telling what she would do now that Diamond and her mother were in town. Chapter 13 Alina FSN's finding out that Selena was in town. I've been looking for her everywhere that I could think of. Willa said that she was at his house, but the two guys I had sitting outside of the house hadn't seen Selena or her father. I was starting to think that he told me she was here just to fuck with me. Octavia was walking around mad at the world, but I didn't care about her or her attitude one bit. She needed to count her blessings that she was alive. I've always known that Octavia was a selfish bitch. I couldn't forget how she sounded so proud of herself when she talked about how she forced Selena to leave town. It was then when I realized the monster that I married. I went to the kitchen to get something to snack on while I sat in my office until I was sleepy. That had been my routine for the past 2 days. I wasn't staying in my office because I was scared of Octavia. I was in there so I wouldn't kill her. It was for her good as opposed to mine. I'm surprised you're still here, Octavia said as I walked into the kitchen. She was in there standing at the stove cooking something. I laughed at how she was dressed to cook in the kitchen. She had on a flimsy robe that looked like she was naked underneath of it. The robe was so short that I could see the crease of her ass cheeks meeting her thigh. You say that bullshit, but you're in here dressed like a porn star, I said as I poured my juice. You need to get over all of this, she said as she stirred the food. Ha, ha, that's funny, I responded. She stopped stirring the food then turned to me. What's so funny? You, my dear sweet wife, are funny. How can you even say that? Need to just get over it when you're the reason I missed out on her life in the first place. I don't know what kind of game you're playing right now. I do know that you need to stop while you're ahead. I will not hesitate to kill your ass if you try anything else. Then you can have your stupid friends come visit your grave with all their designer purses and shit. You can blame me all you want, but if you wanted to find the black bitch then you would've. You're a fucking godfather of the mob. You think I believe that you couldn't find her if you really wanted to? That daughter of yours may not know what kind of reach you have, but I know all too well what you have the reach to do. You need to blame yourself for all those years you missed out on your black family's life. You missed out because running your empire was more important at the time. Tell the damn truth for once in your life. You loved her, but not enough to walk away from your precious mob. She yelled. She was right. I could admit that to myself. If I wanted to find her as much as I believed I did, then I would have found her. During that time there was so much going on that somewhere in my mind I convinced myself that she was better off wherever she had run off to. Octavia was groomed for this life since she was born. She knew the ins and outs of being a mob wife. She understood that there would be nights away from home, different mistresses throughout town and out of town, and she knew not to ask too many questions about anything pertaining to the mob. I admit that I got comfortable in the midst of all the dysfunction that was within my marriage. I was never put on the spot for the things that I did because Octavia knew not to question me. If there were times that she was hurt or felt any kind of way about what I was doing, she knew not to voice it. I'm sure there were nights when she cried herself to sleep, but that wasn't my concern. I want a divorce, Octavia. I can't do this with you anymore. I told her. That sentence was something that was long overdue. This marriage had been running on empty since our second year of marriage. She knew it just like I knew it. I'm too old now to keep trying to keep up appearances for the people around us. I needed to experience some type of happiness before I died. A divorce was the first step in getting to my happiness. You must be out of your fucking mind. I'm not divorcing you. Do you think I'm that stupid to think that all of a sudden you want out, just out of the blue? I know you want a divorce now that your black toy is back in town. There's no way I'll give you a divorce for you to marry her black ass before the ink dries on our divorce papers. It's always been her. Out of all the mistresses that you've had, she was the only one that was a problem for me. It was present even when you said her name. Your feelings haven't diminished after all of this time. Yet, when you look at me, the woman that is your wife, the mother of your only son, I see nothing in your eyes. You hold no emotion towards me one way or the other. Why couldn't you find it in your heart to love me? She asked. Octavia thought that I didn't know about all of her indiscretions. We had only talked about a few of them. She had no clue I know about damn near all of them. She walked around here like her shit didn't stink. However, I was about to knock her off her high horse. I could never love you. You were out here bad-mouthing me to anyone that would listen. The whole time you were out here fucking your security detail, a few of the landscapers. The maitre d' at your favorite restaurant, and you were even bumping pussies with the nail tech that you went to see once a week. She lost all the color in her face and her mouth dropped open. Sal, I can explain. I was just so lonely and you were never here. She started with more lies. Me not being here had nothing to do with being out there giving yourself to anyone willing to take what you were passing out so willingly. I don't know a man alive that would turn down pussy. They all knew who you were, so they weren't laying with you for bragging rights. Then again, maybe they were. We'll never know what their motivation was, and just so we're clear, I don't care about their motivation or that you were out there acting like a cheap whore. What I do care about is the fact that you're standing here trying to play the victim. Your feelings may be hurt, but you will never be a victim. Tell my heart that, she said defiantly. What heart? Unless your heart is tied to my bank account, the cars in the driveway and garage, the designer clothes and shoes in your closets, or between the pages of your passport with all the stamps from the numerous countries you've been to over the years. You can stop with the bullshit about you being hurt by me asking for a divorce. The only thing that you're concerned about is your access to my money. Tell the truth for once, I pleaded with her. If you want a divorce, you're gonna have to get it over my dead body. I hope you get to me before I get to your black toy. This time I won't be naive and try to send her away again. This time it will be something more permanent, she said with a smirk. She turned to walk away. I pulled her by her hair, slamming her face to the table. I tried to push her head through the table. I leaned down close to her. You are dead to me. I suggest you get whatever you can and leave here. If you come anywhere near my daughter and her mother, our son will be in charge of your funeral arrangements. I could kill you right now, but I want you to make the choice if you live or die. All you have to do is go on about your life and you'll live. As soon as you try to hurt them, you will die. Not only will you die, but I will be the one killing you. I was done playing games with her. Deep down I knew that I should have just killed her and gotten it over with. However, I was gonna give her the benefit of the doubt today. I knew it would only be a matter of time and I would be killing my wife and saving money by not having to pay the lawyer fees. I let her up slowly. This isn't over, Salvatore, you seem to forget who your wife is, she said as she wiped the tears from her face. What wife? I asked with a smirk. If you let me walk out that door,
Is that
then
a
this will
threat
be
or a
war.
promise?
I promise you won't get a happily ever after that you think you'll get. Why are you still standing here? I asked, ignoring the threat. She walked away pissed and hurt, but I didn't care about her feelings. I knew I was going to have to call my son to let him know what was going on. I went in my office to make that phone call. Yeah, Dad, what's up? I just wanted to let you know that I asked your mother for a divorce a little bit ago. She didn't take it very well. I have to go see your sister to warn her. What took you so long to ask for the divorce? You and Mom haven't been happy for a long time. I don't think I've ever seen you two happy at all. I went to see Diamond earlier and let her know where I stood, he told me. I know he took the news of having a sibling, that he didn't know about, better than I expected. Hearing that he went to see her on his own made me happy. How did that go? I asked. It went okay. I talked to them both for a nice little minute. Both? Who else was there? Her husband Dice was there. I felt my jaw tighten at the mention of his name. I wished that I was able to be in Diamond's life before now. If I had been, I would have been able to guide her when it comes to men. That husband of hers was going to be the death of her. It was disappointing that she married him so quickly. All I could do at this point was to be there for her when he skipped out on her with whatever money he could get his hands on. In my book, Dice was no better than Octavia. I just had to find out a way to show it to Diamond. After getting off the phone with my son, it was time for me to go see my daughter. Today was going to. How did that go? I asked. It went okay. I talked to them both for a nice little minute. All I could do at this point was to be there for her when he skipped out on her with whatever money he could get his hands on. In my book, Dice was no better than Octavia. I just had to find out a way to show it to Diamond. After getting off the phone with my son, it was time for me to go see my daughter. Today was going to be the first day of my new life with both of my kids and the love of my life, in my world. I couldn't wait for that to be my reality. Chapter 14 I am indeed has.
I want to know how in the world is he gonna compare his wife in Dice? I don't see that as being Dice's character. I mean, he's genuine with everything that he's doing, and that's what I think. I don't know what no one else thinks, but in my opinion, Salvatore has this man read all wrong. But we're gonna continue on because we still got chapters. We're on chapter 14 and we still have like maybe 10 chapters to go. So we're gonna get done with this book tonight. But I just don't understand how he gonna fix his mouth to say that. I don't understand. Make it make sense for me. Leave it in the comments.
Days away from my office tea were supposed to be for me to rest and clear my mind. So far things were working out in the exact opposite direction. First it was Felini's son, which means he's my brother, coming to talk to me. Now, I am sitting here talking to my mother and my grandfather. Dice had gone to talk with his friends about some things. He was going to be back soon. Hopefully, once my mother and grandfather left I could get some quiet cuddle time with my husband. There was a knock on the door that let me know that it wasn't Dice. When I opened the door, the last person I expected to see was my biological father. I got nervous because as far as I knew my biological mother didn't want anything to do with him. Hey, what are you doing here? I asked. I came so I could talk to you about something. Can I come in? He asked. I prayed to the Lord above for help in this situation. I was anxious because I had no idea how she was going to react to seeing him after all this time. I could tell that she still cared about him from how she looked when she talked about him. I also knew that there was pain still there on both sides. This was about to be interesting. I moved to the side to let Feline walk into the suite. He walked into the sitting area and stopped in his tracks when he saw her sitting on the couch. This is a pleasant surprise. You look great, Selena. How are you, Willie? He said as he sat down. I could see the tears building in her eyes without her saying a word. I'm going to go downstairs to find me something to eat. I'm sure you all have a lot to talk about. I know some of this shit I don't want to hear, so just call me when you're ready to go, Selena, my grandfather said as he stood to his feet. When we heard the door close, Feline started talking. I need to apologize to both of you. We wouldn't be here now if I would have stepped up like the man that I was portraying to be. He was talking to both of us, but his eyes were focused on my mother. I felt somewhat out of place in my own room. There was so much feeling in the air. I wouldn't call it tension, but there was definitely something in the atmosphere. I couldn't ignore it no matter how much I tried. You never came for either of us. At first, I thought it could have been because you were actually trying to work on your marriage. When I started seeing pictures of you with different women, I knew that you never came because we were never a priority. Even though I gave Diamond up for adoption, I always had the option of going to get her. I never did because she was better off where she was. The family loved and nurtured her like she needed to be. They kept me updated on all her accomplishments up until the couple died. I even came to their funeral. I was too afraid and ashamed to introduce myself. It wasn't the right time then anyway. When she moved here, I should have known it was going to be some shit. Going against my first mind, I never reached out to her. I figured since she didn't know she was adopted that she would be safe. You never came looking for either of us, so it wasn't like you were going to know who she was, my mother explained. How could I not know who she is? She looks just like you did at that age. My heart dropped to my feet when I first saw her. Then when the private investigator I got, kept coming back with no information, it messed my head up even more. Unbeknownst to me, Octavia was paying the investigator more money for him to come to me with no information. Even knowing that, I still should have done more. My mother snorted and shook her head. She was showing that she was more mad than hurt by what he was saying. You let that bitch do whatever she wants to do. You're damn right you could have done more. You could have looked for me on your own. I didn't have the means to just disappear and you knew that. My family was well off, but they didn't have the kind of money that it took to just fall off the face of the earth. Where is that bitch now, Salvatore? You're here pleading your case to us, where the fuck is she? She asked. I put her out of the house before I killed her, he answered. You let the bitch walk out of your house knowing that she has it out for our daughter. I'm telling you now, if she shows her face to me, I'm going to shoot her ass right in the middle of the forehead. I'm sick of her shit and it's obvious that she runs shit when it comes to you and her. The door slammed and we all looked to see who had come in. Dice was standing there looking around. I'm sure he's heard more than enough. I was too wrapped into the conversation between my parents to pay anything else any mind. What the fuck is going on in here? We are having a family discussion. This doesn't concern you, Feline said. Dice gave him a head nod and sat down in the first empty seat he saw. Did you not hear what I said? Feline said, adding more authority to his tone. I heard you, but what you said doesn't pertain to me, being that Diamond is my wife. Y'all can finish talking while I'm sitting here or get the fuck out. It doesn't matter to me one way or the other. You seem to think you put fear in my heart. Let me make it clear to you for the last time that you don't. There ain't shit that you can say to me to make me scared, so stop trying. I'll be glad when Diamond sees you for the low-down thug that you are. Imagine me caring about what comes out of your mouth. How the fuck can you call me anything when you run the mob? The fucking mob, nigga, not some smash and grab crew, but the mob. You have politicians, police, and socialites on your payroll, but you call me a thug. Let me guess, you selling drugs, extorting businesses, paying off cops and politicians, along with whatever else shit you're out here doing doesn't make you a thug. What does it make you then? You can still go to jail under the RICO law. You won't be doing some small time either. They will gladly give you football numbers. Those suits that you wear won't mean shit in there. I can bet you every dime to my name that your file at FBI headquarters is thicker than my criminal record period. Which one of us is a thug? You can say what you want, but that doesn't change that you're the granddaddy thug up in here. I don't know what your problem is with me, but you need to get over that shit. I'm gonna be around for a long ass time. I plan on knocking Diamond up as soon as you two leave. She can have all the baby thugs that she wants to. How do you feel about that motherfucker? Dice asked. My mom was looking confused because although Dice's words were somewhat harsh, he didn't raise his voice not once. I was used to the way Dice spoke. He was always laid back even if he was mad.
I didn't know you put it out.
Well, damn, she said with a smirk. My daughter will find out who you really are soon enough. Feline, I said. Says the motherfucker that was too much of a fucking coward to introduce himself to his daughter. Miss me with the bullshit. I can guarantee you one damn thing: if you ever try to take my woman and my family from me, I'm going to kill you, then hold her up during your funeral and then fuck her tears away after. Don't ever fucking underestimate me. I may be laid back and nonchalant about a lot of shit, but if you want to see what my gunplay is about, keep fucking with me about my wife. You can either get over the shit or get the fuck on. I'm not gonna say the shit no more. Salvatore, what the hell is wrong with you?
Got it.
Let Diamond be happy, my mother said. He's only with her for the money that you set up for her. Feline, I said. How do you know about the money? My mother asked. He looked around like he had gotten caught doing something he shouldn't have been doing. I knew about the money from the file that the guys had shown me that night. Truthfully, I haven't even thought about the money. There was plenty of other shit that occupied my mind. Talk, motherfucker, how do you know about it? Why are you even bringing the shit up? Dice asked. All eyes were on Feline now. He cleared his throat and looked up at me. I found out about it when I had someone dig up the information on you, he answered. Why are you talking about that shit now? I know you're not hurting for money or nothing like that. Why are you so pressed about Diamond's shit? Dice asked. I thought that was the reason you wanted to marry Diamond. Didn't I tell your ass already that she's the one that wanted to get married, not me? A man can manipulate a woman into thinking that something is her idea when
Stab
it was
him
really his goal
again.
all along. Feline, I said. Is that what you did with me? Maybe it was your plan all along to have your wife go above and beyond to get me out of the way. Since men are master manipulators, my mother said, rolling her eyes. If you want to be in my life, you need to stop coming at Dice like this. Right now he's proven his loyalty and love for me unlike you. Every time you come around I find out something that I don't like. If we are going to build any kind of relationship, you will have to respect Dice just like you respect me. If you can't do that, then you will just have to go back to loving me from a distance, I told him. I was tired of all the secrets and accusations that were always coming from the Feline eyes. It was time for me to start calling the shots, instead of letting shit happen around me. What is it gonna be, Granddaddy Thug? Dice asked. I don't want to continue to live without having you in my life. I will do as you ask. Good, now can you both leave? I have a headache and I need to lay down, I said. She's lying, y'all can leave, but she ain't gonna be doing no sleeping, I can guarantee you that for sure, Dice said as he rushed to open the door for them. I could only laugh at him because he was doing too much right now. Please ignore what he just said, I have to get some rest. I think I'm going to go to my house for a few days, so call me before you come see me, I told them as they walked through the door. Once the door was closed, Dice looked at me with an unreadable expression. Why are you looking at me like that? You know your biological parents are gonna fuck in the elevator, don't you? I'm not doing this with you right now. That is the last thing that I want to talk about, I said laughing. You're laughing, but I'm trying to be like them, he said licking his lips. I ran past him laughing. Chapter 15 Aline IFE walked to the elevator not W saying a word to each other. My heart beating wildly in my chest would normally alarm me. This time I knew what the cause of the excitement and anticipation was. It was the woman standing away from me like I was going to hurt her. I would never hurt her physically. I will never knowingly hurt her again emotionally. Did you ever get married? I asked. No, she answered. Do you have a boyfriend or something? I asked. No, she answered again. How long are you going to be here? Salvatore cut the bullshit. I know you want to know all about me, but there ain't shit for you to know. Our daughter is here and grown, so there's no need for us to communicate with each
I
other.
hope she don't fall for
The
this
elevator
shit.
doors opened and she walked out, but
I
I was on
really
her
do.
heels. You need to throw that attitude to someone else.
I really
I
hope
already
she
told you
don't
that I
fall
fucked
for
up and
this.
I apologized
I don't
for it.
even want to finish this
Yes,
chapter.
all
Let's go
those
to the next chapter.
years are gone and not coming back.
My audience.
All we can do is deal with the here and now. There isn't going to be anything between us. It's time for you to realize that. You claim you love me, we all know that's not true. Love wouldn't have given up on me so quickly. I understood what she was saying, but standing here talking about shoulda woulda coulda wasn't going to help either of us. We have to be cordial at least for the sake of Diamond, I pleaded. Diamond isn't worried about us getting along. Don't try to use her to get close to me. She's old as hell. Be a man about your shit, Sal. If you want me back, then work to get me back. I'm not saying it's going to work, but standing here trying to use our daughter as leverage isn't the way to go. I should have known that she would be the first one that you ran to. Has she even been here for 48 hours yet? Octavia's voice said from behind me. I turned to see her with a gun in her hand and a smirk on her face. It wasn't until I saw the gun that I could see everyone around us running and hear the people screaming. Octavia looked like she hadn't slept. Although it's barely been a day since I told her to get the fuck out, she looked like she hadn't taken a shower. Her hair wasn't a mess, but it damn sure wasn't how I was used to seeing it done. What the fuck are you doing? I asked her. This bitch has lost her fucking mind, Selena said. Octavia, put the gun down, we need to talk about all of this. I pleaded with my hands up like I was surrendering. You didn't want to talk when you told me to get the fuck out. You told me to my face that you were going to start fucking her again. We were supposed to grow old and die together. You were never supposed to love.
Would you kill her already, for crying out loud? Go ahead and just let her, just kill her already. She causing me a headache. Lord have mercy. She just doing too much. Only thing this man, and I genuinely, I believe that Salvatore is, I'm gonna call him Sal, because Salvatore don't sit right with me. Sal is, he's genuine when he say he's only wanting to get a better, he's wanting to build a relationship with Diamond. Now, if him and her mama get back together, whoop de doo. I'm like Dice. I'm surprised they didn't mess around in the elevator. I thought the same thing. I'm right there with you, Dice. But for Octavia, oh my gosh, lady, please get a life. This man do not want you anymore. He know all of your indiscretions. He know about the detail, your security detail, the landscapers, your nail tech, all, he know all of this. Just leave it alone. Move on. Move to the side. Go lay down somewhere. Oh Lord Jesus.
Any of them. They were just around to satisfy your sexual urges. I never fell in love with any of my extra men. I would never ask you for a divorce to pursue any of.
Excuse me? Oh man, I want this. Oh, who hit the ground? Oh Lord, hold on, y'all.
I hope you don't think that because of all the years that she's been gone that the organization will allow you to be with her publicly. Times may have changed, but racism will never change. You and this black bitch will never get the happily ever after that you want. I'm gonna make sure of that, Octavia said. I started walking towards her hoping that I would get the gun from her before she did something crazy. I must have been too slow because the gun went off. I stopped my steps and looked in the direction that Selena was in and saw her laying on the floor with blood coming from her shoulder. I took 2 steps toward Octavia. I must have scared her or something because she squeezed the trigger and sent 2 bullets into my chest. I hit the ground, everything went black. I and D had just gotten comfortable in the bed I cuddling next to Dice when my phone rang. I answered it even with Dice giving me the death stare. Hello, I answered. Boss lady, get down here quick, there's been a shooting in the lobby. The security guys got here too late. There's blood everywhere, one of the front desk clerks cried. I hurried to get my clothes on. What's going on? Dice asked. Even though he had no clue what I was just told, he was putting on his clothes as well. I wanted to tell him what I was told, but the words wouldn't come out. We rushed out of the room to the elevator. I was so nervous that I was pacing back and forth trying to process what I just heard. The elevator stopped, and the doors opened. The lobby was in total disarray. People were wandering around with looks of fear and despair. One of the security guys walked up to me. I could feel Dice rubbing my back to comfort me. I knew what I was about to hear was not going to be good. What happened down here? I asked. From the information we have gotten from the witnesses, it was some type of love triangle going on. I just can't believe after all the shit that he's done he gets shot by his wife and not another criminal, the guard said, shaking his head. What the hell does that mean? I asked. The man that was shot was Salvatore Fellini, the mob guy. He said. I heard those words and took off toward the area that was blocked off. All I saw was blood on the floor. There was only one person laying on the floor covered by a white sheet. I looked around for my mother. I didn't see her anywhere. I could feel that something was wrong, and I wasn't ready to face life if I lost the mother and father that I just reunited with. Seeing the sheet made my steps falter. I got you, just lean on me, I will never let you fall. I'm right here for you, Dice whispered to me as I felt his arms hold me up. I was so thankful for him being here. I nodded my head, letting him know that I heard him loud and clear. As we got closer to the sheet-covered body, everything around me faded. It felt like Dice and I were the only ones in the room. You can't go over there. You need to step back, one of the guards said. This is her shit. She can go wherever the fuck she wants. Dice said. This is a crime scene. We're waiting for Vegas PD to get here, the guard replied. The only way she's not going over there to see who's under that sheet is if she doesn't want to. You need to back the fuck up. I'm not gonna say the shit again. Move out of the damn way. Dice barked. I need to see who it is under there, I told the guard. I can tell you who it is, he replied. Then get to fucking talking, you dumb motherfucker. Dice growled. It's Salvatore Fellini under that sheet. The sheet over there is his wife, the guard pointed. That's when I noticed that there was another body covered with a sheet that I had paid no mind to. I felt my legs give underneath of me. Dice caught me before I hit the ground. This isn't how it's supposed to go. You weren't supposed to leave me again. I didn't even get a chance to know you. You can't leave me now. What the hell happened? Oh my god. I cried out, not caring who was looking at me. I got you, Diamond, I got you, Dice kept repeating as we were both on the floor with him holding me in his arms. Why was life so damn unfair all of a sudden? I should have just left Vegas altogether. If I wasn't here then he would still be alive. This was all my fault. My biological father was dead and it was all my damn fault. What the fuck is going on down here? I heard Dice's friend Tuff say. Man, can you try to find out where her mother is? They just left the suite, she has to be around here somewhere, Dice told him. He's dead because of me. This is all my fault. I'll never get the chance to know him. Whyyyy. I wailed. My thoughts were all over the place. The tears wouldn't stop falling. My heart wouldn't stop breaking into pieces. This could not be happening right now. The Vegas PD came and started moving around the lobby, which was now a crime scene. I saw all the movement going on around me. I just couldn't get myself off the ground. My eyes stayed on the body covered by the sheet. I knew I couldn't stay in this spot, but right now there was no way I could get up on my own. Finding out the status of my mother should have been my priority, but I just sat there crying into my husband's chest. He started rocking me in an effort to comfort me, but the last thing I felt was comfort. Can we ask you a few questions? A police officer asked. Do it look like she's in a position to answer your fucking questions right now? I know you know what a distraught woman looks like. Get your ass on and do some other shit for the time being. She's not answering a damn thing. We just got down here. You wanna know what happened? I suggest you look at the fucking tapes. The next motherfucker that comes over here asking her anything is gonna get fucked up. I don't give a shit that you're a cop in uniform. You and that uniform will be laid out on the floor next. Y'all are some inconsiderate motherfuckers. If that was your pops under a fucking sheet, would you want to answer some stupid ass questions? Dice argued. We're just trying to do our jobs here. There's no need to be rude, the officer said. The officer walked away. My head was in a total fog. I don't know how long we sat on the floor, but I ended up in a seat with a bottle of water in my hands. Dice was by my side though. The coroner eventually came and gathered my father's body from the floor. Just as they were doing that, my brother Mario came rushing into the lobby. Seeing him get the news that both of his parents were now dead was too much for me to handle. I stood up to go to him. I took 3 or 4 steps, then everything went black. Chapter 16 Ice Diamond is a complete mess right now. She didn't want to leave the lobby until they loaded Felini's body into the coroner's van. I was so focused on her that I didn't move from her side. It tore me up that life was so damn fucked up for her right now. I was determined to be there for her for whatever she needed. It was a blessing that I was there because she crumbled down to the floor as she tried to go talk to Mario. If I wasn't there, she would have hurt herself. I caught her before she hit the floor. Mario was arguing with the police and the security guards when I caught Diamond. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at me as I scooped her up in my arms. Is she okay? One of the cops asked me. Man, get the fuck away from me, I told him as I headed to the ambulance that was outside. There were EMTs just standing around talking like it was a normal-ass day. When they saw me carrying Diamond, one of them rushed over to me, while the other opened the back of the ambulance. I stepped in and placed her on the gurney. How long has she been like this? One of them asked. She just passed out, I brought her out here to y'all. She was trying to go talk to her brother when she fainted. I caught her before she could hit her head or anything. I stepped back out of the ambulance, still keeping a close eye on them as they worked on her. I took that time to call Trick to let him know his ass needs to be in Vegas on the first flight available, since the jet was getting serviced. I dialed the number and waited for him to pick up. What up? He answered. You need to be here as soon as you can. I can't go into detail about what went down. Your sister needs you, man, I told him. I'm on my way, he said before ending the call. After I ended the call, Tuff came up looking as stressed as I was right now. Her mom got shot in the shoulder. She's at the hospital, they're working on her now. From what I understand, she's in surgery. What's going on with sis? He asked. Your guess is as good as mine right now. She passed the fuck out. I caught her and shit, but the shit scared the shit out of me. Is she pregnant? Nigga, I've only been here for a week. I don't think that passing out because you're pregnant shit works that damn fast. Nah, it's gotta be something else. They were working on her still and she hadn't moved at all. We're gonna have to take her to the hospital. Her blood pressure is through the roof. Do you know if she has a history of hypertension or any heart problems? Nah, I answered. Nigga, your ass came out here and got married quick as hell, so anything is possible. I know that your ass gonna be gray as fuck by the time all this shit is over with. This is wild as fuck, Tough said. I agreed with him. I came here to gamble, but I haven't even been in the fucking casino. Are you riding with us, sir? One of the EMTs asked. Most definitely, I said as I got back in the back of the ambulance. Sitting back there with her made me realize that the Lord had a crazy sense of humor. I wasn't a nigga that thought about settling down 3 weeks ago. Yet, here I am in the back of an ambulance worried about my wife. This shit was crazy as hell. We arrived at the hospital quick as hell. When they wheeled Diamond into the emergency department, I said a prayer to help her be okay. I walked into the waiting area and shot Trick a text letting him know that we were now at the hospital. When he texted that he would be there shortly, I laid my head back, closing my eyes trying to fight off a headache. I must have drifted off to sleep because I was awakened by Trick calling my name. He had a worried looking Tamika with him. What went down? He asked. Man, Feline got shot and killed by his wife in the lobby of the hotel. Then the bitch took herself out. Diamond's biological mother got shot in the shoulder. I guess everything got to Diamond because she passed out and here, we are. The EMT said that her blood pressure was high, that's all I know right now. Nobody has come in here to tell me anything yet. Damn, I was only gone for a couple of days, Trick said. Yeah, we were supposed to go to her house for a couple of days. I could look at her and tell she needed a break from everything. I guess I should have said something to her about it before now. Seeing her like that scared the shit out of me, man. Where's Mario? He just found out his mom killed his dad and then herself. I know he's all messed up in the head behind this, I told them. Tamika cried silently and went to sit down in a chair on the other side of the room. She's gonna be good, man. Diamond is strong as fuck. This is just a little bump in the road for her, Trick said. Family of Diamond Ortiz. A doctor said as she came in the waiting area. I'm her husband. How is she? I asked. When your wife was brought in here, her blood pressure was 200 over 132. She was in what we call a hypertensive crisis. We issued her some anti-hypertensive medicines through the 4 to see if that will help lower her pressure. I've also ordered a battery of tests to be done so we can try to pinpoint the cause. She is awake. We're getting her settled into a room now. When you go see her, she may complain about a headache due to her elevated blood pressure. It's important that when you go in there that you try not to upset her in any way, she said. How long will she have to stay in here? Once we pinpoint the cause and get the pressure down consistently, she should be good to go home. I don't know when all of that will happen. Hopefully she will be able to go home 2 days from now. Do you have any more questions for me? No, I just need to lay my eyes on her, I said. That's understandable. When she gets settled, one of the nurses will be out here to tell you what room she's in. If you have any questions or concerns, don't hesitate to let one of the nurses know so they can contact me, she said with a smile. Thanks, Doc, I told her before she left the room. 15 minutes later, the nurse came in to take us to the room that Diamond was now in. I didn't want to see her in here, period, but right now I had no choice. When we got to the room, she was laying on the bed looking at television. She tried to put on a brave face, but I could tell that she was worried. I gave her a kiss after I walked in. Detrick, I didn't think you were coming back so soon, she said. Dice called me and told me what went down. You know when it comes to you, all the other shit can wait. How are you feeling? I know you're fucked up and all that. I'm talking about other than that blood pressure shit that the doctor was talking about, he said. I have an headache, but the doctor said that was going to be the case with my blood pressure being as high as it is. They gave me an EKG, I have a few more tests to do. Other than that I'm fine, Diamond answered. What else is on your mind, Diamond? I could tell that she had something to say. She needed to stop keeping everything in. Talking to people is the best way to relieve stress. I feel bad as hell. Has anyone checked on my mother? No, you are my main concern. I'm sure that your grandfather is with her. If there was anything major going on, he knows your number, doesn't he? I asked. I knew she would want to know what was going on with her mother. Right now, I wasn't leaving to check on anyone. If Detrick wanted to go check, then he could. I was on some fuck everybody else shit right now. I can try to find out for you, Tamika said. Thanks, Tamika. Finding out if she's okay could help me not stress so much. My phone is in the bag in the closet. I had to take all my clothes off when I got here. None of this is your fault. Don't put all that weight on you. I'm sure nobody thought his wife would take things this far. I know she felt some kind of way, but damn. You can't put any of this on you. Felini's wife is the only one at fault here. I told her. If I wouldn't have come here to open the casino, then none of this would be going on. I wouldn't be in the hospital. Felini would still be alive. All of this is going on because of me. You can try to sugarcoat it if you want to, but I know the truth, Diamond said. It's fucked up that she feels that way. None of this was on her. I knew this was going to mess her up, but I never expected her to blame herself. Diamond, you have to stop looking at it like that. If you wouldn't have opened the casino, then we never would have met. Tamika and Detrick wouldn't be doing whatever the fuck they're doing. You wouldn't know that you were adopted. You can't just look at all the fucked up shit that's happened. There's a whole lot of good that you're not paying attention to, I explained. Yes sis, you gotta look at this another way. You opening that place is more of a good thing than it is bad. Life is going to throw you curveballs and shit, but you got this shit. Trick told her. She was listening as she started to cry again. I sat on the bed beside her and held her in my arms. Right now, that's what she needed. When you get out of here, we're going to your house and not the casino. Tamika can handle whatever comes up while you get yourself together. This blood pressure isn't nothing to play with. You'll fuck around and have a stroke or some shit before you get pregnant with my twins. I need you to take care of yourself. Stop worrying about shit that you have no control over. I need you to stick around, I told her before I kissed her on her forehead. I saw that you were in here. What's going on with you? Nurse Wilder asked. I filled her in on everything that had gone down. She looked more pissed than anything. Why are you looking mad about what happened? I asked. I just hate when fucked up people do fucked up shit, then say it's because they love someone. Love shouldn't make you want to kill someone or make you try to force them into a relationship that they don't want to be in, she said. It wasn't about love. When she came to talk to me, love was the last emotion that she expressed. She didn't want Felini to get back with my mother. The problem was that Felini wasn't going to have my mother back around and not try to get back with her. He didn't say it to me, but it was clear as day that he still wanted to be with her. I guess his wife was willing to do anything to keep that from happening. Diamond said. If you realize all that, then why were you just blaming yourself? I asked. I still do because everyone was at the casino to see me. So, it's still on me. I know that I'm not the only one at fault. I still feel guilty about it all, she answered. Your mom is fine. They took the bullet out. She's staying here overnight, but she's good, Tamika said as she came back in the room. Don't worry about anything, if something changes with her, I'll be the first to let you know, Nurse Wilder said. Thank you, I appreciate it, Diamond said. No problem, let me get out of here and get some work done. I just wanted to come check you out, Nurse Wilder said before leaving the room. I made a mental note to call the old man to check on him. Are you going to try to reach out to Mario? Trick asked Diamond. Not today, maybe tomorrow. If I talk to him now I'll never get out of here, Diamond replied. Tamika, I need you to run things at the casino while Diamond gets herself together. You don't mind, do you? I asked. Not at all, I'll do whatever I have to do. I need boss lady to be in tip-top shape when she comes back, Tamika answered. Cool, so now all you have to do is chill the hell out, I told Diamond. Yes sir, she said. I know she wasn't going to like it, but she was going to get it together before she went back to the casino. I was going to make sure of it. Chapter 17 I am in D. His is the second day that I've been in this hospital. I'm more than ready to get out of here. It was my blood pressure that was holding me up. It would go down, but it would turn around and go right back up. There was no physical reason why my pressure wouldn't stay down. I've been through every kind of test that they could think of and everything always checked out good. I know it's stress, but I didn't feel like I was stressing. That was the messed up thing about stress. According the doctors I could be stressing even when I don't think I am. My body was reacting to the things going on around me. All the things that I thought I was handling with ease were the same things putting wear and tear on my body. Dice was right when he said that I needed a break. I should have listened to him instead of pushing myself to keep going. I'll be the first to admit that having Dice with me and caring about me like he is took me out of my element. I know when people saw me, they saw a woman that had her shit together. Until Dice came along, I thought the same thing about myself. However, Dice has shown me that I wasn't living life or being a boss bitch. I was just going through life. All these years the main things that I had done were going to work and coming home to do more work. I hadn't taken the time to enjoy the world around me. Yes, accomplishing my goals and all that is fine and I am grateful. But it took all of this mess going on, along with Dice looking out for me like he's been doing, for me to realize I wasn't living life. I've just been going through life. The other day when Dice and I were sitting on the balcony talking, I realized that I never take the time to enjoy my surroundings. It was time for a change, and I was going to allow the change to happen. You need to talk, Diamond. We talked about this. Your blood pressure isn't going to come down with you keeping all your thoughts to yourself. Keeping everything in isn't helpful to anyone, especially not you, Dice said. I should have known he was watching me. He's been doing that a lot lately. I loved that he paid attention to me, protected me, and always put me first before anything. Dice, I love you, I told him. Oh yeah, how you know that? He asked with a smirk. You've changed my life in the short amount of time that you've been in it. You've had every opportunity to leave and never look back. I fully expected you to go back home. Dice, you've become everything that I didn't know I needed. I was out here content with living life incompletely. I had a nice bank account, good credit, established in business and all of that, but I was still incomplete. You came along and took the lead with that alpha male thing that you have going on. I didn't mind or fight it because you proved every day that you had my best interest in mind without wavering one bit. You are the one that's been telling me to slow down and take a break. You've put me first by putting off going back home just to be sure that I'm okay. How can I not love a man that doesn't leave me with doubt about where I stand in his life and heart? I love you for the intense way you love me. I want us to be like this always, I told him. I love your hard-headed ass too. As far as I'm concerned, it's always gonna be us against anybody that has a problem with us being together. I don't plan on getting a divorce, so we're in this motherfucker for good. I'm not playing games when it comes to you, he told me. I get it and I see it. You playing games with me was never a question. Can I tell you something that I've been thinking about? I asked. You know you can tell me anything. What's up? When you go back east, I want to go with you. It looks like I'll have some days off, so why not go see you in your element? I can arrange that. You need to do some things before we go back there though. You need to reach out to Mario first before anything. I know he's having a hard time. Talking to your mother should be somewhere on that list too. Life is too damn short to be out here holding grudges and shit. I'm not saying you should become her best friend or anything, just keep the lines of communication open. I nodded my head agreeing with Dice. The door opened and in walked Mario. Hey, he said nervously. We were just talking about you, I said with a smile. The despair was all over Mario's face. He looked pale compared to the last time I saw him. His eyes were red and swollen. The grief was all over him. The arrangements have been made for both of them. I made sure that your name is in everything from the obituary to the funeral programs. The funeral is a double funeral. I know after what she did, she doesn't deserve to have a proper service. One thing about my mother, she was more concerned about keeping up appearances than anything else. I figure I should keep that up even in her death. They'll be laid to rest beside each other. I know you're new to all of this, but I want you with me on the front row at the funeral. You don't have to talk to anyone if you don't want to. It's just that, you're my sister and you deserve to say goodbye to Dad properly just like I do. I would never leave you out of anything regarding him. You're my sister and you're the only blood family that I have left. I plan on communicating with you a lot. Are you sure it'll be okay with me being there? I know how the mob feels about the interracial situation that Dad was in with my mom. I'm not trying to cause any problems for you. I'm sure you'll be taking over now since Dad is gone, I told him. Yeah, I'm taking over. I knew this time was coming. I just thought I had a few more years before I was the one in charge. The reading of the will is next week, the day after the funeral service. I know this is a lot to handle. Given your situation with you being in here, I'm taking care of everything. All you have to do is show up, Mario told me. Him telling me that didn't make me any less anxious about going to the funeral of a man that helped give me life, but I literally just met. I know there are going to be whispers and stares from the other attendees. I don't know if I was ready for that or not. I'll think about it. I'm not trying to be uncomfortable at the service. I know there will be people with questions and all. There has to be a reason that your mother didn't want people to know about me. Diamond, my mother didn't want people to know about you because that would solidify what people already knew. They already know about my father cheating. It's the mob. No man in the mob is faithful to anyone but his mob family. The way they see it, the wives know their place. My mother was stuck in some kind of la la land where she was the one mob wife that no one could prove her husband was a cheater. She always needed to have the upper hand when dealing with the other wives or her friends. None of them ever said anything to her, but trust me, they all knew. Don't let her keep you from the service. She's dead and gone now. Although she was my mother, I'm trying to come to terms with the person that she was. I always thought so highly of her until recently. I can tell you that Dad would want you there. The decision is up to you though. I'm gonna get out of here, I have some other stuff to attend to. Don't be a stranger, he told me as he gave me a kiss on my forehead. Before leaving the room. If you want to go, that's fine. If you don't want to go, that's fine too. Either way, I'm gonna be with you. The decision is all yours though, Dice told me. I'll think about it. I have to get out of this bed and go see my mother before she gets out of here, I told him. Just let me know when you're ready so I can go down there with you. I guess we can go back east after the service and all of that. How long do you want to stay? Dice asked me. I don't care. The big grand opening is 2 weeks away. The funeral is next week, so we can stay out there until it's time to come back for the opening. I'm not trying to rush anything that you have to do. You were nice enough to stay here with me, so I'll do the same with you, I told him. Sounds good to me. I'm on your time. It's your world, Dice said with a sexy smile. We can go see my mom after I take a nap. I just need to get some rest. Dice nodded his head agreeing with me, then he kicked his shoes off and climbed in the bed with me. Chapter 18 Ice DYO You don't need to walk so fast, I told Diamond. We were walking to her mom's room. She was speed walking her ass off right now. I know telling her to slow down wasn't gonna do shit. I know my baby was going through hell right now, but I admired how she was facing everything head on. I was worried about her at first when she started talking about how Trick and his parents weren't her family and all that. Now she understood why people who aren't blood related to you can be considered your family. Biology isn't the only way to be considered family. Loyalty, trust, and showing you care by actions is what made you family. I was also proud of her for being open to building a bond with her mom and grandfather. Diamond, hold up before you go in there. I gotta ask you something, I told her, making her turn to look at me. I just want to say that it's boss of you to want to build a relationship with you mom. The fact that you call her your mom when you just found out about her speaks to your character. You're an awesome ass woman, I told her, making her laugh. Hearing you use a word like awesome has to be recorded. Thank you for saying all that. I know having a relationship with either of them was up in the air at first. There's no other feeling like learning you've been adopted. Your father is a mob superstar while your mom was the mistress that had his heart. My life sounds like a hood movie that I can watch on Amazon Prime. I never thought that I would end up in the midst of all this drama. I can't let the drama get to me. Losing focus was never an option. I thank you for being right here with me. It's hard to believe it's been a week and I can't imagine not having you in my life. I love you, Diamond. Now let's go chop it up with Ya Moms and G Dad, I told her, taking her hand in mine. When we walked into the room, her moms got all teary-eyed. Even though her grandfather was a G in his own right, I could tell he was getting emotional too as we watched Diamond and her mother hug. I'm so sorry, everything happened so fast. I knew she was a little off in the head, I just never thought she would take things that far. If he wouldn't have tried to get the gun from her after she shot me in the shoulder, he would still be alive, she cried. From what the police were saying, I thought that she meant to kill him, Diamond said. No, it was me she was trying to kill. She shot me in the shoulder, then he went to get the gun from her and she shot him. I don't think she meant to shoot him, but when she realized that she did, she shot herself. I want you both to promise me that if the love that you have for each other turns into something toxic, that you'll both walk away. I'm sure there was a time when Sal and Octavia at least liked each other. They were just holding on to something that was already dead. I think they should have let go long before I came along. I never thought about it when I was mixed into it. All I knew was that he and I shared something special regardless of him being married and knee-deep in the mob. Love can be a beautiful thing, but the line is thin between good love and toxic love. How did you two end up together, in the first place? He told me that your families were close, but he never went into detail, Diamond said. I think I'm more capable of answering that question. Diamond's grandfather spoke. Back then Sal's father and I were friends. I ran a crew on the black side of town. I won't get into all of what we did back then, but it was enough for me to put my family in a nice-sized house on the good part of town. Your grandmother was a school teacher, so no one gave a second thought to the kind of work that I was doing. All they knew was that I left the house every morning in a suit with a briefcase in hand. Anyway, Sal's father took a liking to me and we started having the family over each other's houses for barbecues, birthdays, and whatever else. We could tell that Sal liked your mother. That's why it wasn't a surprise when I found out that they had been spending time with each other. I think Sal had been married for 5 or 6 years then. By then he had already had many other side chicks or whatever y'all call them these days. Now, I'm not gonna say that I was happy about her being one of his women, because I was anything but that. We all understood that it was bound to happen. There was no need to try to fight it. I sat your mom down and explained to her the position that she was putting herself in. Against my advice, they both fell in love. I knew something had to have gone wrong for her to leave like she did. I never thought that Octavia was the one behind it though. I damn sure didn't know about her being pregnant, or I would have gone to get her and you. Your grandmother would have killed me if we had known and let your mom go like that. We missed everything with you, and that's what hurts the most. I'm grateful for the people that did raise you. You're a beautiful, smart, and phenomenal woman. By the time he finished talking, both ladies were crying. I was feeling emotional off the strength of how emotional they were. Thank you for not hating me or turning your back on me after finding out that you were adopted, Diamond's mom told her. After I thought about it and understood your reasoning, it made sense. I was well taken care of, so I think that helps me understand it more. Thank you for coming back, Diamond said before giving her mom a hug. Coming out here wasn't supposed to tap into the emotional side of me like it has. Not only did I find a woman that made me feel things that I never thought I was capable of feeling, but I married her ass. I could only laugh at myself every time I realized that I came to Vegas and got married to a woman that I barely know by a Cher impersonator. None of this shit is what I expected or came out here for. Nonetheless, it was all of what made Diamond and I the couple that we are now. They say that the man upstairs doesn't make mistakes. Everything that was happening was supposed to happen in the order that it was happening. I admit that I was enjoying having a woman to look out for and come home to. I know this question may be late, but what are your intentions with my granddaughter? Simple, I plan to protect, provide, cherish, and knock her up with a few kids while doing it. What are you two gonna do about living quarters? You are from the East Coast, right? Yeah, we haven't had a chance to discuss all that yet. I'm fine with us living on both coasts actually. It's just us two so we can move around freely. When the kids come along, then we'll have to decide which coast we want to put the kids in school and all that. I don't plan on selling my house or my businesses just yet. That will help get us established quicker. Once we combine our revenue, then the sky will be the limit. I don't want either of us to feel like the other isn't contributing equally. Like I said, we have time to figure all of that out. Right now, I'm just going to concentrate on getting her mentally repaired, I answered. It wasn't a secret that Diamond's well-being is my one and only priority right now. I don't think that will ever change. Seeing her happy made me feel like I was doing something right. Good answer, young man. I just want to let you know, if you hurt her, I will definitely hurt you, he told me, looking me in my eyes. We stayed until the doctor came in with Selena's discharge papers. We went back to Diamond's room and went to sleep. After talking to Mario and Selena, her blood pressure got better. It wasn't as low as the doctors would like, but it definitely wasn't as high as it was when she got here. I knew that it wouldn't happen in just one night, so I was prepared to be here for a few days. The thing that irritated me the most about being in a hospital, the nurses were always coming in to get vital signs and all that shit. It always happened when we were sleeping. I was ready to get to Diamond's house to get some uninterrupted sleep. I know she was ready to go as well. She hasn't been complaining about her head hurting, so that was a good thing. I'm going to go to the funeral, Diamond said sadly. If that's what you want to do, then I'm cool with it. You should be out of here tomorrow. That will give you a few days of rest in your own bed. That will help as well. You'll be back to yourself in no time, I encouraged her. Thank you for being here with me through all of this, she said to me. I keep telling you to stop thanking me for doing shit that's expected out of any husband. You're my queen, so treating you as such should be as normal as me shooting my sperm deep inside you, I said with a smile. Diamond laughed at me. I knew she was going to laugh. but I was dead ass serious. Chapter 19 I am in DS sitting in the back of the limo with Mario, Dice, and Detrick. My heart was beating fast as hell, and my palms were sweaty. I looked around taking a deep breath. I could feel Dice wrap his hand around mine. It made me smile that he was trying to comfort me. I don't know if the angst that I was feeling was showing on my face or if he just knew I needed some comfort right now, but as always, he was right on time. I'm right here with you, Dice whispered to me, followed by him giving me a kiss on the cheek. The driver came and opened the door for everyone to get out. Dice got out first. Turning to me, he reached his hand out to help me get out of the car. I stepped out and was covered by the heavy weight of people's inquiring looks as well as the confused looks. I'm sure I had been the talk of everyone here. Mario said that he was going to make it known that he had a sister. He wasn't playing when he said that. I'm guessing the whispers and confused looks came when I stepped out of the limo darker than anyone thought I'd be. Don't pay them any mind. Look straight ahead or look at me. Fuck them folks, Dice whispered. I walked arm in arm with Dice followed by Mario and Detrick behind us. I tried to tell Mario that he should be the one to walk in front of the line. His only reply to me was ladies first. So here I was walking into a church full of people that I didn't know. It was time to say goodbye to a man that I was just getting to know. My stomach was tossing and turning, my legs were a little shaky, but I was going to fight through this with my head held high. The aisle that we were walking down seemed longer than I know it was. At the end of the aisle there was a brown-colored casket with brass handles. Beside that casket was a pearl white one that had gold handles. It was surreal seeing two caskets beside one another. We were seated in the front row. There wasn't an empty seat from what I could tell. I was overcome with emotion as the pastor started talking. I can't recall much of what he said, most of the service was a blur. A few people got up to talk about the couple. I found it odd that everyone talked about how loving the couple was to one another, which is a blatant lie. It was obvious that these people had no idea of who the people in the caskets really were. They were the exact opposite of what everyone was saying. Looking around I saw various faces of different criminal organizations. These were people that I would have never thought to be in the room with, in my life. It was weird as hell sitting here with people that the news covered regularly for all the wrong reasons. I never thought I would lay my eyes on these people in my life, I whispered to Dice. If the police were to run up in here right now, they would be doing paperwork for a month on all the arrests that could be made. It's hard to believe that he had the nerve to call me a thug, Dice replied softly. Once the service was over, we were standing outside of the hall as the guests walked out from viewing the body one last time. The ladies were sure to look me up and down, whereas the men would stare at me as if they were looking to see some of Salvatore Fellini in my features. They probably wanted to say something, but the grill that was on Dice's face stopped them from going through with it. Getting back in the limo, I took a relaxing deep breath. You did good, Diamond. I don't expect you to stay for the repass. I want to thank you for showing up for the service. It means a lot to me and I know Dad is happy that you're here. Mario said. Not a problem, I think I needed this closure. Mario looked around the limo at all of us and chuckled. What's all that for? Detrick asked. I was an only child last month. Now, I'm sitting back here with my sister and two brothers. Life is crazy as hell, he said. Two brothers? Detrick asked. Yeah, you're Diamond's brother and that makes you mine as well. I know we all don't know much about each other and we started off on the wrong foot, but I would like to keep in touch with all of you, Mario said. Why don't you have a girlfriend or a steady lady? I asked. I haven't found the one that shuts everybody else down for me. When I meet that one that makes everyone else obsolete, that's when I know I've met my one. Until then I'll be as single as a dollar bill. We all laughed. After a 20-minute ride it was time for us to go to the cemetery. Once the prayer was said and the caskets were lowered into the ground I felt a feeling of sadness come over me. I wasn't going to have that father-daughter connection with him as we both hoped. I'm thankful that I did learn the truth before he died. I still had my mother here to get close to and build a relationship. I prayed that she would be the mother to me that I needed and not someone that had ulterior motives. I'm going to the repass. I don't know how long I'm staying, but we're gonna go, I said. Dice hadn't let my hand go for the entire ride. I said a silent prayer thanking the Lord for all things good and bad. If it wasn't for the bad things, I wouldn't know the strength that I had in me to persevere and overcome. There was a feeling of peace that washed over me as the limo stopped. You don't have to go in here if you don't want to. I'm letting you know now if one of them step out of line with you in any way I'm gonna act a whole ass donkey in here, Dice said. He said it loud enough that Detrick and Mario both heard his intentions. They both looked at me but said nothing. That moment made me realize that I had just gone from having only one brother that I was close to and somewhat overprotective to having a husband that doesn't mind showing his ass behind me and two brothers that were always going to be there to pick up his slack. Walking into the hall there were more stares and whispers. I rolled my eyes because I wasn't in the mood for all this. I just wanted to spend some more time with Mario. As long as he acted like he wanted me to be around, I would be. Mario walked to the center of the room as the rest of us took our seats.
Mm.
I want to thank you all for coming. I know that most of you have some questions, so in an effort to answer all of your questions, yes, this beautiful woman is my sister. My father had an affair with her mother, then she came along. Regardless of her color, she has feline blood running through her veins. She is the only blood family that I have left, so she will be around a lot. She also is the owner of the new casino on the strip named the Diamond Palace. If you have anything you want to say to or about her, please act like a fucking adult and do the shit. All these whispers and shit are getting on my fucking nerves. He dropped the damn microphone that he had on the table beside him and walked to the table where we were sitting. My mouth was hanging open for a few minutes after he took his seat. Detrick and Dice were laughing while I was still in shock.
Period.
Yo, you're wild as fuck for that. Real shit, they were getting on my fucking nerves too, Detrick said, still laughing. Diamond, you don't deserve all the unwanted attention. All of the men here shouldn't even give what I said a second thought. They all have outside children and families. I'll be damned if they make you feel like a damn problem. Mario was definitely on one today. I'm sorry that all this had to happen to your father, an older Italian man said. Santino, thank you for coming to pay your respects, Mario said. I have a question. If she's your sister, then these guys must be your brothers, the man said, laughing loudly. Damn, do y'all smell bologna all of a sudden? Detrick asked. Not, I smell pepperoni and onions though, Dice said, laughing. I shook my head because these two were sure to start some mess in here. I hope you don't go slumming for a piece of ass like your father did. You're the head of the family now, you have to lead by example, the man told Mario. If you don't get your big Teletubby-shaped ass away from this table, I'll make sure to dump ya body on the bad side of town after I kill you, Dice said. Your threats mean nothing to me, he said. Just like your opinion doesn't mean shit to me. Since you're over here providing unwanted information, I decided to share something useful, Dice said, shrugging his shoulders. You do know that accepting them into your family is going to have the other families looking at you suspiciously. Why are you over here, Santino? If you came to say your piece, you've done that, you should go, Mario said. Allowing them into your circle is going to be your downfall. I don't understand why you can't see that. She's the reason that we just buried your parents, he said to Mario, causing a scene. Within seconds, Mario had a gun to Santino's head while Detrick and Dice had theirs pointed at him too. The entire hall got quiet as hell, you could hear a pin drop. This Santino guy looked like one of the fat Italian men, with his black hair slicked back. He had an elongated nose with skinny lips. He wore a brown suit with a brown, tan, and white vest. There was a brown fedora hat on his head and some fancy-looking dress shoes on his feet. He wasn't that attractive in the first place, but when he came over here talking all that shit it made him uglier than he was before. I know that you didn't wobble your ass over here to disrespect my sister. It's bad enough that you're doing this at the repass, but since you wanted to make a scene then let's do it the right way. Mario placed the gun beside the man's ear and pulled the trigger. Blood splattered as the man's hands immediately went to cover the spot that his ear used to be. He dropped to the floor yelling in pain. That was my fucking ear. Since you don't listen, you didn't need it. It's not like you were using it to its fullest potential. Now if you want to keep the other one, I suggest you pay close fucking attention. I just said that she was my fucking sister. That means you respect her just like you would respect me. Instead of doing that you come over here saying some shit that no one wants to hear, Mario said before hitting the man in the face. He turned around so fast with the gun dripping the man's blood in the air. If anyone else has a fucking problem with me saying that this woman right here is my motherfucking sister. If any of you have any more fucking complaints, take that shit to the complaint department. I can promise you that bringing the shit to me is gonna get you nothing but a hospital stay. You don't like it, get the fuck out. Now, if everybody understands. Let me and my sister eat and mourn in some fucking peace. Mario yelled. This was my first time seeing him like this. I was shocked to see all of this go on at the repass of all places. Yeah, I like this motherfucker, Dice said with a smile on his face. Chapter 20 Ice D. Henry got to Diamond's W house after the repass. She was tired as hell. After we both took our showers, I made sure that she laid down. I massaged her legs and back for her until she went to sleep. Tomorrow was going to be a day of rest before we head back to the East Coast for me to wrap up some things. What Diamond didn't know was that I was already putting things in motion for me to move here with her permanently. Leaving her asleep in the bed, I went into the living room to make some calls. It was only a little after 8 at night here, so it was after 5 back home. I called Lynette to make sure everything was set up the way it was supposed to be. If it was, then it would only take me about 3 or 4 days to get shit situated. I dialed the number, listening to the phone ring in my ear. I wondered how it would feel having my wife in my hometown. Hello, Lynette answered. Yo, how's shit been going back home? I asked. If you were here you would know. I've been meaning to ask you what the hell you're still out there for. You should have been home 2 or 3 days ago, she fussed. Last time I checked you had no ties to me. Last time I checked my wife was in the bed sleeping here in Vegas. She damn sure ain't in Virginia. Check that shit, I told her. When I realized how quiet she was, it registered what I had said. Oh well, fuck it, her ass needed to know anyway. Lynette and I were never a couple, but we know how some women get, they get all clingy with a nigga and shit. This was the case with Lynette, even though I had been moved her to the bottom of the rotation before I came out here. She was already feeling some type of way because I was going to bring the ditzy bitch that I put off the plane with me, instead of her. No matter how many times I told her we were just fucking when I felt like it, she heard that we were a couple. Wife? When did you get a damn wife, Dice? When you left here you weren't married. Is that why you're still out there? Is she coming back here with you when you come because I need to meet this bitch? I can't believe that you left here to do the one thing you told me that you would never do. I guess I was only a fuck to you after all, Lynette rambled. I never told you anything different. I've told you to your face that you were just a fuck, so there is no need for you to act surprised. As far as me getting a wife out here, that wasn't the plan. Shit just turned out that way. Yes, she is coming back there with me when I come. If you're gonna make her uncomfortable, then there's no need for you to come to work until I leave. Damn, you're not coming home for good. This bitch must be walking around with a golden pussy laced in diamonds. Lynette scoffed. Watch how you speak on my wife. I don't want to have to fuck you up, so fix that shit. If you need to vent or what the fuck ever it is that bird bitches do, then by all means go do that shit. I don't want you looking at my wife sideways, saying little slick-ass comments, or none of that shit when we get there. Is she going to come with you to handle business with the dice den? When you see me, you're damn sure gonna see her. Does that
Period.
answer your question? We could have been good together if you would have just given me a real chance. Dice, you know I care about you. I can't believe you're putting me in this position. I've held you down all these years. She doesn't know you like I do. I know damn well she's not pleasing you like I do. If I wasn't pleasing you, then you wouldn't have kept coming back. That much I do know. This bitch was clueless as fuck. Not, I kept coming back because you were wide open and waiting all the fucking time. I'm giving you fair warning. If you want to jump stupid when she comes home with me, you will be on the receiving end of dat motherfucking dice. I know you don't want that. Trust me, if you show out, I will too, I told her, then ended the call. Who was that? Diamond asked. You're supposed to be sleeping. I wasn't trying to wake you up, I told her. She rolled her eyes as she came to sit beside me. The person on the phone was Lynette. She's sort of like my assistant. Sort of, what does that mean? She asked as she sat down looking at me. I wasn't gonna try to lie or no shit like that, but I wasn't looking to have this conversation right now. I guess now is better than on the damn plane. She is my assistant, but before I came out here, she was one of the women in my rotation. I was trying to cut back on how much I was fucking her because she was getting too fucking clingy. I called her to let her know I was coming back and that my wife was coming with me. So, you were warning her? Maybe you were just giving her a heads up so she wouldn't act up when she saw me? Which one is it? Is it both? She asked fast as hell. Whoa, chill with all that. I wasn't doing it the way it sounds. I was just letting her ass know if she was even thinking of getting buck with you that she was gonna have a fucking problem. I'm not playing about you, but you know that shit already, I told her. She sat there looking at me like I was crazy. I was low-key nervous about what she was going to say. Who else? She asked. Who else what? I asked confused. Who else was in the rotation? Better yet, how many others were there? Oh, just about 4, I shrugged. Are any of them the mail lady, maid, laundry chic, driver, or any damn thing else besides some occasional pussy? Nah, she was the only one I crossed that line with. Okay, cool, she said calmly and started walking back towards the bedroom. Word? That's all you got to say? She stopped, turned to look at me. If we get there and she has some slick shit to say, let me handle it. If you so much as say one damn word to her after she tries her hand, and she will try, I will fuck you so much that your dick is gonna be permanently hard and raw. She turned and walked down the hall, like she hadn't said anything that would give my ass nightmares. I held my dick in my hand out of reflex. Good night, Dice, she said laughing. After a day of relaxing after we packed, we were now on the plane about to land at Norfolk International Airport. Diamond was in a great mood which had me side-eyeing her ass. She was just too damn happy, smiling and shit. When we were riding to the airport before leaving Vegas, she was having a full-blown conversation with the Uber driver. I'm talking about she was asking about his grandkids, no good son-in-law, and his wife's fungus. She was saying hello to every fucking body. I'm telling you, I was seeing the psycho side of her. I don't know why her happiness was making me nervous, but it was. Getting off the plane, she was waving and shit to all the flight attendants. She even helped an old white lady get her luggage out of the overhead bin. Walking out of the airport, I was surprised to see Nurse Wilder waiting for us by the baggage claim. I watched her hug Diamond tight like she was the one we were visiting. I was still trying to figure out why was she here in the first place. Why are you here? What do you mean, why am I here? I rode with him to pick y'all up. You know I wanted to see Diamond. I haven't talked to her since before we left, Nurse Wilder said. You've been here the whole time? You and the old man doing it like that? I asked with a huge smile on my face. Don't get into grown people's business. You two aren't the only ones that can find something new and true in Vegas. Too much information, I said laughing. Shit, if you don't want to hear that, then I won't tell you what we were doing before we came to get you two. She smiled then turned to walk away. I wasn't ready for all that. The old man hadn't mentioned her when I called him to see if he could pick us up. Tough and the guys were still on the west coast. I think that we're thinking about moving out there since coming home wasn't even talked about when I told them I was coming. The old man was out there with the trunk open. He gave the nurse a kiss on the lips and tapped her on the ass, making her giggle. I shook my head because they were doing too much. I know he needs love too, but seeing it and knowing it are two different things. I shook my head of the thoughts of them actually having sex. Now, I needed a drink. Glad y'all made it okay. I'm having a dinner at the house with all my kids. Since I consider you to be at least a long-lost nephew of mine, I'm inviting you and the missus. It's about time for you to meet your cousins, he said laughing. Sounds like a plan. We'll be here for 4 days, so is it gonna be within those 4 days? I asked. If it wasn't going to be, I would change it. It's all set up to be the night after tomorrow. I need y'all there, don't make me have to knock you in your head until the white meat show. It's gonna start at 7, so don't be late. We talked the entire ride to my condo. They came in and talked some more when we got there. After they left, Diamond and I enjoyed a night of Netflix and chill. We were about to fall asleep when she randomly shook my soul. We were laying there just enjoying being in each other's arms when she came out of her face with a random ass statement. Tomorrow, if I fight, don't break it up. Just let me beat the bitch's ass without interruptions. I'll stop when I feel like my statement has been made. Good night, husband, she said with a damn giggle. I prayed to the Lord that I wasn't going to have to bail her ass out of jail tomorrow. Chapter 21 I am and no Dice was looking at me sideways, but I didn't care at all. I could tell by the way he was talking on the phone that the sheik on the other end was going to be a problem. I was happy as hell because this was my time for my crazy to shine. Here it is, Dice has been doing all he can to show me that he was all in with me. The only thing I could do was stand by his side and let him do him. I was low-key getting uptight because I knew with Dice being the man that he is, there was bound to be some chick that was gonna be a problem for me. In Vegas it was clear that the problem wasn't going to come to the forefront. So when he said something about coming home, I was all in. If Dice knew what was good for him, he was gonna sit back and let my crazy show. When I came out of the bathroom with my clothes on, he looked at me like I had lost my mind. Yo, why the fuck are you dressed like you're getting ready to do a fucking caper? He asked, sliding his hands in his pockets. I know you weren't expecting me to hang out with you today dressed like I'm going to the office. I like to dress down sometimes too. I didn't even know you owned a pair of sneakers. I know what you got in mind. All I'm gonna say is you're my wife and ain't shit that happens today gonna change that. Let me find out that's why your ass been all giddy and sit. Fighting. Irrelevant bitches ain't sexy or on your level, Diamond. Oh, look at you trying to save the bitch. Come on, husband, so I can make my statement to let it not be a misunderstanding between you or none of these Virginia hoes. He shook his head but still grabbed his keys and headed to the door. He needed to just sit back and watch me work. I know that the bitch was gonna come at me because if he was digging her down with half as much energy as he gives me, she wasn't just gonna let that go. He kept side-eyeing me as he drove down the street. He had never seen this side of me, and I found it amusing that I was throwing him off right now. If I could handle him doing what he has to do, then he should be able to deal with me just fine. He pulled up and cut the engine off, then looked at me. Diamond, I don't know what you're expecting when we go in here. I just want you to know I hope you get all this shit out of your system because I need my wife back on her boss shit with her heels and pencil skirts on. Okay, just let me show you what type of thug I'm working with. You've been laying down your law, now just sit back and watch mama work, I said with a smile, as I got out of the car. I heard him mumbling as he got out. He took my hand in his and we headed towards the door. When he told me that he ran a gambling spot, I was expecting a place that looked like a hole in the wall gambling spot. You know, with the tables that you get from some discount store placed strategically around the floor. However, to my surprise, this place looked put together very well. I don't know how he got casino regulation tables and a few slot machines in here, but he was running a baby casino. This shit was just like the Vegas casinos, but on a smaller scale. He led me to the upper floor where there was a section blocked off for dice games, then more tables for blackjack and craps. I was impressed as hell right now. Let me find out, you need to work with me at the casino. I love your layout in here, I complimented. He opened the door to what I assumed was his office, and I couldn't do nothing but laugh when none other than the bitch he had on the phone was sitting behind the desk. The comical part was she had on a pantsuit with the tuxedo cut jacket with a fucking bra on. I looked at Dice, waiting on him to say anything to the bitch. Yes, I was 2 seconds from jumping across the desk and on her ass, but I was gonna give her the opportunity to explain what the fuck she thought she was accomplishing. What the fuck are you doing in here, Lynette? Why are you dressed like that? See, this is the bullshit I was trying to avoid, Dice asked her. As he was talking, I was putting my hair in a ponytail. He was looking at me like I was someone he didn't even know right now. I chuckled at him and waited for the sheik to answer his question. I always work in here. I forgot all about you coming in today. How was your trip? I thought what happens in Vegas was supposed to stay in Vegas. She asked, cutting her eyes at me. One, I said out loud. Lynette, this is my wife Diamond. The wife I told your ass that I was bringing here when I talked to your ass yesterday, Dice said, still looking at me. Oh, Diamond, that's a cute name. 2. Dice, I never thought I would see the day that you would commit to one woman. I guess everyone has a price. She doesn't look like she's on your level though, but if she's what you like, the bitch said as she stood to her feet. 3. I jumped on the desk and kicked the bitch in her smart ass mouth. I could hear Dice talking, but I was busy right now. I know if he tried to pull me off this bitch, he and I were gonna be the next two people fighting. She fell back into the chair from the impact of my foot to her face. Her eyes were big as fuck, but I wanted them just like that so she could see that I'm not playing about my fucking husband. When she tried to get up, I kicked her in her pussy. Since she thought that pussy was about that life. When she bent over, I kicked her in the back. She fell on the floor and I hopped on her back. I grabbed her hair and started beating her face with the floor. It's stupid out of place hoes like you that don't understand the circumstances around just having some occasional dick. That's what Dice was to you, you stupid hoe. Commitment was never on the table for y'all. He should have made you sign a contract so you could understand the fine print of the dick. Since you got confused, I'm gonna help you out. Make sure you tell all the other hoes that he has running through around here that Dice is no longer in service. I'm sure y'all are in a hoe-ass group chat or some shit. I'm his fucking wife, occasional bitches are no longer needed. I said as I kept slamming her face to the floor. I stood up to my feet to see Dice standing there with this big ass smile on his face. I was wondering what the fuck he was smiling at until I saw his hard dick trying to bust out of his pants. Lynette, get off the damn floor. You're fired, get the fuck out, unless your ass wants to witness me fucking my wife in the same office you got your ass beat in, he said, looking at me as he took off his shirt. He tossed the shirt on the chair that was empty. My ass was so focused on my man coming at me like he was about to bust my back all to pieces I pulled my shirt off. Nah, did I tell your ass to take anything off yet? You let ya little show get to your head. I run this shit, Diamond, don't get fucked up, he told me, as he backed me up to the wall. We heard the door close. Ya little VA thing is gone, I sassied. I know it was only gonna piss him off, but I wanted him to fuck all his frustrations out of me right now. I wanted him to have me yelling and screaming in that office. Let all these hoes in here know that I have no problems fucking them up and then fucking the shit out of my husband. My name was Diamond, however there was nothing dainty or precious about me when it came to Dice. Dice choked me with his right hand while he pulled my pants off with the left. When my pants were down, he kissed me harder than he had ever kissed me before. You are my fucking wife, Diamond, he said, followed by his hard dick invaded me with so much force that I had to yell out. That wasn't loud enough. You wanted to make a damn statement, right? Ain't that why you just fucked that bitch up? You made your statement, so let me make mine. Did you hear what I told your ass? He questioned. Before I could answer, he started angry fucking me. Then out of nowhere he stopped again. You are a reflection of me. No. More hood shit, Diamond. There is no one else in this world that I want other than your ass. You need to remember, recognize, and respect that shit. The next time you put your hands, that are supposed to be on my dick and my food, on a bitch that is insignificant, I'm gonna tie your ass to the bed and fuck you like a hoe ass bitch, since you want to act like one. He moved his hand from my throat to my leg. He lifted it and started to fuck me so roughly that I knew we were gonna either make a baby or I was gonna need a wheelchair, shit maybe both. We both released loud as hell. You would think that we were at his house instead of in his office at his place of business. He backed off me, shaking his head. I watched as he went to the bathroom that was in the office. He came back with a warm wet rag to clean me up. We both were in our heads and I was fine with that. Once our clothes were fixed, he pulled me to him. We're gonna walk out of here like we don't know they heard me laying it down in here. I'm serious as fuck. Diamond. No more fighting over me or what a bitch has to say. You're my wife, my queen, my everything, so act like it. When we get back to the house, as soon as I shut the door, I want you to drop to your knees and give me the best I'm sorry blowjob that you have in you. You ain't have to show out like that. That's your only pass. Do you understand me? I got you, but if a bitch steps out of line, I'm beating that ass, I told him as I walked out of the door. Your ass bout to be pregnant for the rest of your life then. We gonna have 12 fucking kids all because you don't know how to fucking act, he laughed. That's what you think. I'm gonna get my tubes tied, I said, joking. Yeah, and every doctor you go see about that silly shit is gonna come up missing. Fuck with me if you want to, he said seriously. Something is seriously wrong with you. Says the woman that just beat a bitch bloody, then stood in the office and got royally fucked, he said with a smirk. You're the one that said I'm your queen, I shrugged. Indeed, I did, he said as we got in the car. Yeah, this was what a marriage is supposed to be. His crazy matches mine perfectly. Chapter 22. Etrick D had our travel plans ready for us to dip off to Virginia right quick. Tamika didn't have a clue that we were going. I got the call from Dice this morning. I was on my way to meet her at some damn coffee shop. Well, I was going to pop up on her. As far as she knew, I was just handling some errands today. She also thought we were going back to Cali for a few days. I figured I would tell her about the change of plans when I got into the coffee shop. The problem was that when I walked in, that motherfucker, old boy from the club that night, was standing a little too close to her for my liking. I didn't want to just fly off the handle, so I just stood there for a few minutes. When it was clear that they were having a full-blown conversation, I decided to go see what the fuck they were discussing. Tamika's back was to me, but the nigga could see me clear as day. I walked up not saying a word and stood behind Tamika. I thought about just keeping my distance, but Tamika belonged to me, he was the one that was violating. As she talked and I got closer, he focused on me, which only made her stop talking. She turned around to see me. Babe, I thought you were running errands, she said nervously. I know, I answered her, looking at his ass. T, are you going to introduce me to your little friend? The the nigga asked, with smirk. I don't know if it was his voice, her being nervous, the smirk on his face, or the fact that she was looking suspect right now, but I reacted. When I say reacted, I mean that the next thing that anybody knew I was standing in front of the nigga with my chrome Glock shoved in his mouth. I could tell by the blood that was dripping from the corners of his mouth that he was gonna need a damn dentist. That fact alone made me feel a little bit better, just a little bit. Tamika, can you explain to me why the fuck he all in your face smirking and shit? I growled. I hadn't been this pissed in a long fucking time. Even with all the shit that was going on with Diamond, I hadn't reached this level of anger until this very moment. I didn't care that there were 10 other people in here beside Tamika, the toothless nigga, and me. He just wanted to talk. That's all it was. He knows that you and I are together. I would never hide that from anyone. Please think about what you're doing. It's not worth it, Detrick. Think about all you have to lose. I promise I'll explain everything to you. Just put the gun away, Tamika pleaded. How about you talk and I'll think about not pulling the trigger? I told her. Okay, he's my EX. Tell me something that's not gonna make me pull the trigger. Knowing that this nigga used to be touching all on you and shit ain't gonna help him right now. What else you got? He came to give me these since he signed them, she said, pulling some papers out of her purse. I can't read anything right now, beautiful. What are those? I asked. Divorce papers, she said, crying. What? When the fuck were you married? I asked. Do we have to talk about this right now? Since you never brought the shit up before now, hell fucking yeah, I yelled. I knew she was leaving some shit out when we talked the other night. I just didn't think she would be hiding a fucking husband, or ex-husband. This shit made my heart drop to my stomach. It was right after high school. When I told you that my mother was mad about my decision. Well, that decision was for me to leave my then husband. He didn't like the fact that I wanted out of the marriage. No one cared that I wasn't happy anymore. I put myself first and left. I didn't say anything about it because he told me that he was going to sign the papers finally, she half-assed explained. That's some shit you could have included. Why the fuck wouldn't you just say the shit that you just said to me? Now, I walk up and shit is looking suspect as fuck. This is all your fucking fault. All you had to do was say that shit. What else? Are you leaving out? I asked. Just what I said. I moved out here and he went to jail.
Y'all, we're gonna take a small intermission break. I gotta go be nosy. Be right back.
He got locked up because of one of his cousins did some shit and put his name in it. He served 6 years. When he got out, he started looking for me. He caught up with me 2 months before we seen him in the club. He came here hoping we could get back together. I told him no and I wanted a divorce. He's been giving me the runaround until now. When you said you were going to be running errands, I took it as my opportunity to get the papers from him and take them to the lawyer's office. And now we're here, she said, waving her hands around. I took the gun out of his mouth, wiping his blood on his shirt. I turned to look at Tamika. You have some more detailed explaining to do. I still feel like you're leaving some shit out. I'll let it go for now. Are y'all done with the secret meeting and shit? I asked, pointing my gun at both of them. Yeah, she answered. He only nodded up and down while he held his bleeding mouth. I knew that something was off with his ass when I saw him in the club that night. Take your ass to the house, I told her. I didn't wait until she left to address the toothless nigga. If I hear about you reaching out to her again, you're gonna regret not stopping at losing your teeth behind a woman that doesn't want your ass no more. Save all the rah-rah shit and just take your ass out of here to find a fucking dentist. He left rushing out still holding his damn mouth. There was an older black man behind the counter. He didn't look shook or even bothered by what just went on in his damn coffee shop. I pulled some money out of my pocket putting it on the counter. This is for the inconvenience, I told him as I put the stack of bills down. Young blood, I should be paying you. That's the most excitement I've seen in years. I understand though I went through the same shit with her ass back in the day, he said as he leaned his head in the direction of the older woman not standing too far from him. Get fucked up, I ain't that old Ronnie, she told him. See what I mean? We'll clean everything up. You just go get ya woman together. Tell her whenever she comes back here whatever she wants is on the house. That goes for you too. He said with a chuckle as the woman hit him with the towel she had across her shoulder. I shook my head and left out of the coffee shop to the sounds of them arguing behind me. Putting the gun in the passenger seat of the car, I shook my head. I was going to have to get it disinfected now. I didn't think about it when I shoved it in that nigga's mouth. I shot Dice a text letting him know what time we would be landing. The rest of the ride was me getting my mind right to deal with Tamika. 15 minutes later, I walked in the house to her blasting some bitch music. I found her in the bedroom sitting on the bed with the divorce papers in her hand. What the fuck you sitting like that for? What you don't want to divorce the nigga or something? I asked. She rolled her eyes and kissed her teeth. She could do that shit all she wanted to. I don't know why you're doing all that. It's obvious as fuck that you're not the type to volunteer shit. So, I'm fucking asking. What the fuck is the deal, man? I asked, sitting down beside her. When we got married, I didn't want to. Then, after being married for those years, I wanted to try to make it work. I didn't want to be the one that had this long line of husbands behind her. Since when is one a long fucking line? You should have told me about the situation before now. You never said anything about getting married. What if he came back and was on some good bullshit? I bet your ass would have told me something about it then. You can sit there and act like I'm fucking overreacting and shit, but what the fuck would you say if I had an ex-wife that just fell out of the fucking air? It's not like that. Okay, explain to me how it is then. This is the same nigga that was smiling all in your face at the club that night. You could have said something about him being your future ex-husband then. You're hiding shit that doesn't even need to be hid. Now, I'm looking at you sideways and shit. Why were you telling me that you were running errands if you really weren't? Were you trying to find something on me? She asked. Nice try, I was getting shit in order because we were leaving to go to Virginia in the morning. Dice is working on some shit for Diamond. We need to be there. I came to give you the news. I'm not the nigga that goes looking for shit. If I have to look for some shit, that means I don't trust you. If I don't trust you, then we don't need to be together. What are you saying, Detrick? I'm saying what the fuck I just said. What the fuck you mean? Are you saying you don't want to do this no more? Not, I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that in order for this to work, we have to be truthful about everything. If you would have told me before now, then Yadex would still have his damn teeth. I'm going to lay down, all this back and forth gave me damn headache. None of this changed the way I felt about Tamika, but it damn sure pissed me off. I laid across the bed and went to sleep. Tomorrow is a new day. Hopefully, I wouldn't run across any of Tamika's secrets or omissions. Chapter 23 Ice D. Looking at Diamond's sleep had I become one of my favorite things to do. She looked like a damn angel. It's hard to believe that this angel had damn near put Lynette into the hospital yesterday. I knew something was off about Diamond's attitude. She was just too damn happy. It wasn't like she was mean or anything, but she was doing too much and she knew it. I will admit that seeing her go off like she did was a complete turn on. I had no other choice other than dicking her down at that moment. Today was a new day and hopefully by the end of the day Diamond will be crying tears of joy. My ringing phone caused my thoughts about the events that were planned for later today to stop. Yeah, I answered. I just got in. I'm staying at a hotel in the town center section of Virginia Beach. I have enough time to catch a nap before meeting you all at the house. Are you sure you don't want me to bring anything? Mario asked. No, you being here is enough. I'll see you later on, I told him before we ended the call. The next person I had to talk to was Chef. He flew in 2 days before Diamond and I did. I couldn't have anyone but him here to cater this gathering. I know that the way Diamond and I got married was not the wedding that she had pictured. Tonight, she and I were going to have a small surprise ceremony with the people that we love surrounding us. Diamond deserved this and so much more. When I watched her beat up Lynette, it was solidified that she and I were meant to be. She was indeed a reflection of me. I stood in the hallway waiting for Chef to answer the phone. If you can eat it, I can cook it, Chef answered. Hey Chef, it's me Dice, are you straight for tonight? I sure am. The only thing I don't have is the appetite to eat all this food alone. You bring the people and I'll have the food. Are you going to be able to get her here with no problems? You know Diamond is going to be asking questions. She's smart as a whip, but nosy as heck when she's not in control. You're just the man for her. I've never seen her like this before. It's crazy because half the staff thought she was gay. Turns out she was just focused. I shook my head because Chef was talking fast as hell. I had the pleasure of talking to him a few times since I was introduced to him. He was one of the realest people I had met in Vegas. He was loyal as hell and didn't mind speaking what he thought. I was cool with that. It showed me that he would be there for Diamond whenever it was possible without hesitation. The people are coming, Chef. They're all here in town. Diamond doesn't know what's planned. Yeah, that's usually how a surprise works. I told her I had to go visit my mother in order to get these days off. It's bad that I had to use my mother as an excuse and I'm not even gonna call her while I'm here, Chef said laughing. You are terrible, do you know that? I asked him. Hell yeah, that's why I'm a chef and not a member of the day-to-day mundane shit crew. You know the people that are walking around every day doing the same shit. Not being able to think for themselves and they damn sure ain't working for themselves. I realized early in life that I didn't take too well to people telling me what to do. That's why in my kitchen I run shit and nobody else. That's the only way to live Dice, he said. Well, I'll see you in a few hours, I said before ending the call. Who was that? Diamond said from behind me. That was the old man. He was making sure that we were coming tonight. I didn't think you would be getting up so soon. I had to get out of the bed. My body is still tired, but I can't just lay in the bed all day. What are we doing besides going to the dinner? She asked. Anything you want to do. We can go hang out or just sit around here. We're leaving here at 6:30, until then it's your call. Is there a dress code for this dinner? Diamond asked. All I know is that he wants everyone to wear all white. He didn't say if it was formal or just casual. I would say put on something classy, but not too formal. Okay, cool. We can chill until it's time to get ready. I don't want to do too much today. I have to let my body recover from last night. I bet you do. If you keep sitting over there looking delicious, I'm gonna put a hurting on you before we leave, I told her. Come over here with me and chill. I can find something on TV. I stretched out on the sofa. Diamond came and laid on top of me, and that's where we were until it was time to get ready for tonight. Are you sure this is the right house? I almost laughed in Diamond's face. I know if I did that, she would start asking more questions, so I held the smile and laugh in. It's the address that he gave me. It has to be his place. I tried to sound as nonchalant as I could. My heart beat fast as fuck with the anticipation of what her reaction would be. I shut the car off, got out, went to her side, opening the door for her to get out. I love it when the gentleman side of you comes out, she said with a smile. I couldn't help but kiss her beautiful lips at that moment. This woman was more than I ever thought I would find in life. I wasn't a man that believed in love well, I didn't think love and all that commitment shit was for me. Having Diamond make me realize that there was a person for everyone in the world. She was the yin to my yang. There wasn't a doubt in my mind about it. She was it for me. We got to the door and I pulled out the key that was in my pocket. When did you get a key to the old man's place? He gave it to me when he picked us up from the airport. He said there will be a bunch of people here so he wouldn't be able to hear the doorbell or us knocking, I lied. I opened the door and turned on the lights. Surprise! Everyone yelled. A smile spread across my face. Diamond's mouth dropped open. She covered her open mouth with both of her hands. I could see the tears pooling in her eyes. She looked at me and her arms flew around me. How did you do all this? Oh shit, this is beautiful. She screamed. All the furniture had been moved out of the great room. It was now decorated with a white silk piece of fabric that was the aisle. On both sides of the aisle were groups of chairs filled with everyone that were close to Diamond and I. The old man was sure to bring a couple of his daughters with him. They were all dressed in white. At the end of the aisle there was a wedding official. I know you're fine with being married. It just bothers me that the only person to see it was Trick. So, this is our ceremony, for our close friends, family, and people who care about us, so they can see us exchange vows. Diamond, you look beautiful, a soft voice said. Selena, Diamond whispered. Yes, Dice made sure that I was here to see you two exchange vows. You are an absolutely stunning bride. I'm so happy that I'm here to see this day, Selena said, crying. Diamond gave Selena a hug. It made me happy that Diamond was receptive to her birth mother being here. I know she had been saying that she was going to be open to having a relationship with her, but we all know how a woman can change her mind at the drop of a dime. I was nervous about having her come. Sis, are you ready to walk down the aisle? Trick asked with Mario standing beside him. Is there anybody you didn't think of invited? Diamond said as she hugged her brothers. Can we get this show on the road so the party can get started? The old man asked. Let's do it, I said. We all got to our places. I enjoyed watching my bride walk down the aisle. The wedding in Vegas was fine, but this one right here hit different. I am and D-Ice really surprised me with this D1. This place was decked out. Seeing everyone was the perfect touch. Diamond, can I talk to you for a minute? My mother asked. Sure, what's on your mind? I want to tell you thank you. I also want you to know that this house is beautiful. You are going to be happy here when you're on the East Coast, she said with a big smile. This is the old man's place, not ours, I told her. Not, it's ours, Dice said from behind me. You are just full of surprises tonight, I see. I guess I'll have to surprise you a little later after everyone leaves. That was a lie about the key, huh? I knew it was a lie, but I wasn't going to ruin the night for you. Best believe I was gonna ask some more questions tonight. Hey there, I want to introduce you two to my daughters Monty and Annette. The other kids are working. Girls, this is your long-lost not really cousin, but a cousin Dice and his wife Diamond, the old man said. Nice meeting you ladies, your dad is very near and dear to both of us. If you're ever in Vegas you have a place to stay, free of charge for however long you need, I told them. Okay, that's what I'm talking about, girls trip. Both of them said loud as hell. I left Dice to talk to them while I went to find Detrick. He has been in his own little world the entire time he's been here. I found him standing on the back deck. What's good, bro? You've been in your own little world. What's going on? She had an ex-husband, he said. Who? Tamika, I found out she was married, they're divorced now. Okay, so what's the problem? She didn't tell me. I found out when I ran up on them at a coffee shop. She explained the situation being that I had my gun stuffed in the nigga's mouth. Are they still married? No, he was giving her the divorce papers. Okay, so again, what's the problem? Diamond, she should have told me about him. Why would she? The last time I checked you two were only getting to know each other. I know y'all had sex, but you still didn't establish if y'all were a couple or not. You know Tamika is a hard nut to crack. I'm surprised you got as close to her as you have so far. Give her a pass on this one. Stop being an ass to the damn girl, I told him as I hit him on the arm. How do you know I'm the one being the ass? So, you're not? I asked. He could only laugh at my question. You have to give her time, Detrick. Nothing in life is perfect. Shit, not too long ago I was just another black girl trying to make it. I know you feel some type of way because she didn't tell you. Do you think how you're acting now is going to encourage her to come talk to you about anything in the future? I get it, he said, drinking the rest of his drink. Go talk to her, I told him. He nodded his head and left to go find Tamika. Why are you out here alone? Mario asked. I was just out here talking to Detrick, you just missed him. Thanks for inviting me. That was all, Dice. I had no idea he was doing all this. I'm glad you came though, brother. Well, thank you for not putting me out when you saw me. I know we're family, but it's big of you to let me in like this. Mario told me. I was listening to Mario but watching Detrick and Tamika talk. When I saw them kiss and hug, I smiled. All of y'all are in love and all that. I don't have time for all that love shit, Mario said. Oh, it'll come for you, watch and see. When you least expect it, you're gonna get thrown for a loop. The mob ain't gonna be able to protect you from it either, I told Mario. So, you say, he replied. Oh brother, I know. I never thought I would get married, but here I am married and happy as hell, I told him. Well, I guess that means y'all are couple goals then, huh? He asked. If you say so, but to me we're just a couple trying to make it and love one another. We're just Dice and Diamond. Epilogue. I am indeed, after a year of being loved on and loving on my husband, I was finally knocked up, as Tamika says. Dice found out 2 weeks ago that I'm 6 weeks pregnant. Since the day I told him, he's been on my ass about me doing absolutely anything. I don't know if I'll be able to survive the whole pregnancy like this. I was to the point where he was just plain out doing too damn much as soon as his feet hit the ground in the morning. We were handling his businesses on the East Coast in my casino in Vegas. We kept our places in both states because it just made more sense than selling either of them. Don't be in there with that water too damn hot trying to fry my baby in there, Diamond, Dice yelled through the bathroom door. I rolled my eyes as the water cascaded down my body. Why must you be so extra? This water is not going to hurt Lil Dice, trust me. I yelled. Suddenly, a rush of cold air hit me. I know he didn't just break into the bathroom. I locked the door when I came in here, I know for certain. I'm gonna tell Sapphire that you were calling her a boy when she was in your stomach, he said as he reached into the shower to check the water temperature. Once he touched the stream of water, he cut his eyes at me, then turned the knob to cool the water off. Really, are you the water police now? Hell yeah, when you trying to boil my baby girl? Get your ass out of there so we can go down to this damn party for a few. We're not gonna be down there long because you don't need to be on your feet like that. Dice, I'm not even showing. The only symptom I have right now is that I can smell every fucking thing. I'm sure I can be on my feet for more than a couple of hours. You need to relax, I told him, as I rinsed up and stepped out of the shower. Nah, you need to take this pregnancy more seriously. If I act like you, I wouldn't hardly move, all day long. You know that's not me. I'm not handicapped, please stop treating me like I am. Baby, I know you think I'm doing too much, but I've seen it too many times. Females end up losing babies or their lives giving birth. I'm not trying to lose either of y'all. You know you are my everything, and so is the bowling ball head baby you're carrying. I had to laugh at him. He knew what he was doing, avoiding an argument. He pulled me to him, kissing me all over my face and neck. He was really trying to butter me up. The last thing he wanted was for me to spend the night giving him the evil eye. It was the night of the casino's anniversary celebration. A year of being open is a major thing in this town, especially for a woman of color. After finding out that I was pregnant, Dice wanted me to cancel because there was going to be too many people around me. That right there solidified my thoughts that this was going to be a long-ass pregnancy. I had to talk and do a few tricks in the bedroom for him to say go ahead and have the celebration. Trust and believe me, he was picking this night apart with the reasons why I couldn't stay on the ground floor long, why I should just do a walkthrough then leave, and why I didn't need to smell the alcohol. I was more excited for the night to end than I was for it to begin. I had the bar stocked with sparkling wine since that's all that I would be drinking tonight. If you keep kissing me like that then you're gonna start something, I told him as we separated. Yeah, I guess you're right about that. Come on, let's get ready so we can get this over with. After tonight, you're gonna do your work shit from home or the suite at the casino. You don't need to be riding in the elevator and shit, flipping my baby upside down. The more you relax and keep your feet up, and stay calm, the better my baby girl will be when she gets here. I had no response for him. He knew he was doing too damn much. I don't know why he kept going with this bullshit. We both got dressed. He was giving me the side eye when I put the heels on, but I ignored his ass. Dice was sure to hold my hand tight as we rode the elevator. Who would have thought that the day I saw you on the elevator that I was looking at my future wife and mother of my future spoiled princess? Shit like this never happens to niggas like me. I was damn sure glad that the man upstairs liked my ass that day, he said, before leaning over to kiss me on the cheek. Shit like what? I asked. A happily ever after, that's what. Shit like that doesn't happen for a nigga like me. Well, it didn't before now. Now, a nigga believes in hood fairy tales every day when he wakes up and sees you laying beside me. You stay laying it on thick, I said laughing. You know it's the truth. Let's get these 2.5 hours over with. We stepped onto the lobby floor holding hands just like usual. Whenever Dice and I stepped on the floor of any of our establishments, they saw a united front. He had my back just like I had his, no questions asked. It's been that way since I was first introduced to him at the hospital that day. He likes to tell people that he knew I was going to be his when he saw me in the elevator, but I doubt that. He didn't even know my name then. Sis, I didn't think he was going to let you come down here. I was ready for him to come down with you on FaceTime on his phone so you could talk to everybody, Mario said laughing. She has 2.5 hours to mingle and all that other shit. You know I ain't trying to have her down here all night. All she's gonna do is smile and shake hands with people who don't give a damn about what she's celebrating, Dice said making Mario laugh.
Mm.
Man, your ass is only getting worse I see. The fact remains that you will always protect her so I'm good with it, Mario said. Are you here with a date? I asked smiling. Not at all, I'm hoping to leave with one of your guests, he replied. Only one? Dice asked. Hey, you always have to start with one. We all know I may end up with two, or three, shit maybe even four by the time the night is over. Mario, you need to be thinking about settling down. You can't just stay single for the rest of your life, I told him. Just because you and Detrick are all booed up, don't wish that on me. Speaking of Detrick, isn't that him and Tamika right there? I asked. Yeah, that's them, Dice said as they walked to where we were standing. Hey y'all, you look nice sis, Detrick said. Yeah, I thought you were going to be down here in some sweatpants and sneakers the way the warden be talking about you wearing tight skirts and high heels, Tamika said laughing. I don't know what you're laughing for, when you get knocked up, you're not leaving the damn house, Detrick said seriously. I loved their relationship. It took them a while to make it official although we all knew they were going to get together. The extra time that they took to make it official meant nothing. Detrick was all in way before he asked her to be his exclusively. Now they were living together here in Vegas. Detrick flew to California a few times a month with Tamika by his side. They were all in and I was loving every minute of it. Life was great and getting better with each minute that passed for all of us. I'm so glad the gang's all here. Can I get a picture of you all? A photographer asked with his camera in hand. Sure, come on y'all, I said. We all got close together ready to pose for the picture. Alright, big smiles everyone. Say Dice and Diamond for me. He said. Dice and Diamonds. The end. I'm so glad the gang's all here. Can I get...
Well, that had a strange turn for me because I was a bit confused. Like, after they, Mario, the brother, after he went to his father, or however they met up, and he was telling him how he felt, I just knew Mario was going to be an ass, and uh, Dice and Dietrich was gonna have to get in his ass, but he did a complete 180, and it kind of left me in a fog because I'm like, what transpired this action? Like, what made him have a change of heart? I know that's his sister, and you should always have a, you should be, you got to be on guard because I went through something similar. But anyway, we're not gonna talk about that. But but why was the change of heart? And then the crazy thing was to me was Octavia showed up at the hotel because she knew he was going to be there. She shot Selena, shot him twice in the chest, and then turned the gun on herself. That's some crazy stuff. I don't know what to say about that. But I'm glad it ended the way that it ended. And, but I still want to know, how did Mario go from being just an asshole to like, okay, this is my sister, y'all staring. If you got anything to say, go ahead and say that shit now. And the only person that had something to say was that Italian guy, whatever his damn name was. Oh, whatever his name was, and he made an example out of him. But I'm glad that he did do a 180 and accepted his sister. I'm glad about that. I'm also happy that I knew something was up with Tamika, but I didn't know exactly what it was. I knew that it was more to her story, but I never would have thought marriage. Now, I I was thinking that she was hiding from an abusive in an abusive relationship, but that kind of did a 182. I'm like, what? So Tori, you lost me with that one, baby. But the overall, I give the book about a 9. I give I give it a 9 because I don't like to be left in a fog. I need to know more. I need to know why he had this change of heart. That's just me. I can't speak for everyone else. But I give the book about a 9. It was very detailed, especially in the beginning. It was very detailed. Just the that turnaround for Mario, I'm still in a loop. Like, I want to know. Maybe Toy can clear that up. Hey, Toy, if you ever watch this live or ever watch this clip or whatever, let me know. Let me know what why Mario had this turnaround. Cause I'm lost, baby. I'm so lost. I need to know. Yeah, I need to know. But that's it. I will now with this next book. I think it's a two-part book. Yeah, it's a it's a two-part book, and it's also I'm doing catalogs. I'm not reading one book and going to someone else. I'm doing catalogs. So if you don't want to be in for that, okay, cool, fine. I'm still gonna do my thing. I just think because some books tie into another, and I really wish that I would have did more homework before I just said, "Ooh, Dice and Diamonds." I'm gonna read that because that's how I am. I just pick a book and I read it. But now that I'm doing this, I want to read the catalog, and it's not to promote the author or anything like that. I enjoy reading. I don't know if you all have watched yesterday's, which would have been, what's today? Friday, Thursday. And I do number them so that way I know how to go back and reference them. Um, if you watch, I think this is 107. If you watch 106, the 3 hour and 30 minute live that I did, I lost my train of thought. But if you I use those numbers for my own reference. But anyway, but we're gonna read the whole catalog. It's 30 plus books, and yes, I think we can do it. I know we can do it. I can do it personally because my thing is like when I get into a book, I'm all in, and I wake up reading, I go to bed reading, I'm reading, because I don't drive a lot now, and I'm reading when my daughter's driving. I'm reading, I'm reading, I'm reading, I'm reading. But I want to share this experience with y'all. Now, here's the thing, I'm coming up with the plan to bring more people in. So, the more people, the more questions, the more everything. It'll be funner for us as me anyway, because sometimes just I can bust out laughing from a book. But anyway, I got to get the way I want to do things down pat and stick with it. Now, as far as bringing people in on the lives or having someone, I'm cool with that. My only thing is you need to come to me or DM me or whatever. As long as you reading and following along, I don't have no issues with it. The only issue is because I'm not computer smart, I got to get with my IT people to see how I am going to go back on Facebook, but most of my content will be here on YouTube platform. I will start and I will end on Facebook. So tomorrow, I have to come up with a time schedule. It probably won't be tomorrow, but between tomorrow and Monday, look for content for the next book. I can let you know the next book that we're going to read is Falling for a Hard One. Falling Hard for His Love. I'm sorry. Falling Hard for His Love by Toy, Book One. So once I get all that information, and I did give you guys a little history on Toy, and we're just gonna go from there. We're gonna read her whole catalog, and I hope you guys enjoy it as much as I do because I enjoy it. So, but I'm going to end this. I have some friends coming over, and we're gonna do grown up things, and yeah. So you see my cup empty. I got to go back to the liquor store. But anyway, um, yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed it. This was my first completed book. Miss Tina J, I have not forgotten about you, love. I have not. That one, oh my gosh, y'all got to be ready for that one. But if you want to follow along, or if you want the books that I'm reading and sharing with you guys, I do everything from Kindle. I love to read from Kindle, and I know you're probably gonna be like, "Well, we're gonna get tired of this." I know, girl, because I get tired too. I be like, I need a break, and what I do is I find me a different genre to read from. So if I ever get tired and I switch it up just for a book or two, follow along. Because I like shifters too. I don't know about rabbits and all that stuff, but I do like shifters that shift into wolves. I like those. And I haven't read about dragons, but my sister has. She reads everything. I mean, she reads. My sister be reading. We be sharing information. But maybe one day I can get my sister to come over and we come on live together. I have the perfect plan for her. She don't even know it. I'm gonna have to get with her about it to see if she can do it, and we go from there. But I'm finna end this live. Thank you all. I appreciate it. Don't forget to go like, comment, and subscribe to my channel. Um, thank you. That was it. I'm out.